Give Misty a chance to get back in and then we'll go.
Misty is back online.
Okay. All right. Everybody's comms checks. Everyone's good. Okay, well, welcome to the City Council regular meeting of October 18th, 2021. The time now is 6 p.m. Actually, it's 6:04 p.m. This meeting will be conducted pursuant to the provisions of the Government Code Section 54953, Subdivision E, and the recommendation of the Ventura County Public Health Officer issued September 21st, 2021, social distancing recommendation as determined by the City Council on October 4th, 2021. Welcome to the closed session portion of our City Council meeting. I've called the meeting to order, and at this time, we would like to take a roll call.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Present.
Councilmember Martinez?
Present.
Councilmember Perez?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins? Absent for the record. And Mayor Gama?
Here. The next item on our agenda is general public comment. Madam Clerk, are there any closed session general public comments?
I have not received any closed session general public comments, but if there are any members from the public wishing to comment on any of the closed session items, they can do so at this time.
Okay, I don't see anyone from the public with us at this moment. Mr. City Attorney, could you please read the closed session item into the record?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Gama. We have a conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. The property in question is the vacant property on the west side of Market Street between Scott Street and Port Hueneme Road, bearing APNs 206091285 and suffix 305. The agency negotiators are Brad Connors, the city manager, Kevin Spalding, city attorney, Steve Kinney, consultant with Karis Navigating. The negotiating parties are the city of Port Hueneme and Oxnard Harbor District, and under negotiation is price and terms of payment.
Thank you. Do any council members have conflicts they'd like to disclose for the listed closed session agenda item? Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, I'd have to recuse myself because I live within 1,000 feet of the property.
Okay. Mr. Martinez will not be joining, Councilmember Martinez, sorry, will not be joining us in closed session. And I believe there's a way to remove you from this while we go into closed session.
There is. I will put Mr. Martinez, Councilmember Martinez, in the waiting room. And Mayor, just wanted to make clear that for this public portion of the meeting, we do have one member of the public. So when we're ready to recess, we'll explain to that individual that he will be put in the waiting room as well.
Okay. Okay, the time now is 6:07. And if Mayor Pro Tem Rollins comes in, how do we handle that?
He has just joined us, Mayor.
Okay, shall we just establish on the record before we go into closed session that he joined us? Okay.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. My minutes will reflect that he joined prior to you recusing or recessing to closed session.
Okay, the time now is 6:08 p.m. and the City Council will recess into closed session.
So, Aaron? Okay, Mayor, IT is ready to record. We're ready to begin the meeting.
Thank you all and welcome to the regular city council meeting of October 18th, 2021. We apologize for being late. We had a closed session item that took a little longer than we anticipated. I'm calling this meeting to order. The time now is 6:49 p.m. If y'all could please stand with me and we will do the Pledge of Allegiance. There's our flag. You place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to the provisions of Government Code Section 54953, Subdivision E, and the recommendations of the Ventura County Health Officer issued September 21st, 2021, following social distancing recommendations and determination by the City Council at our October 4th, 2021 meeting. The public was informed in advance of the meeting how to submit all public comments to our city clerk, and all submissions will be read into and part of the official meeting record. Live public participation is accessed through the meeting Zoom link published on the agenda, and we highly encourage and welcome the community's participation. Those attending will have multiple opportunities throughout this meeting to provide public comments. Madam Clerk, can we do a roll call?
Councilmember Hernandez? Oh, sorry, ma'am, you're muted.
I don't think so. I'm here, present.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez?
Present.
Councilmember Perez?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins?
Here.
And Mayor Gama?
Here. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. City Attorney, can you please provide a closed session report?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Gama. There was no reportable action taken in closed session tonight.
Okay, thank you. Before we get into tonight's inspiration, many of you may have noticed that the City Hall is pink. It is pink in recognition and remembrance of Breast Cancer Awareness Month. I am wearing my pink shirt tonight to emphasize all the people I have known in my life who have gone through breast cancer. And I would just want to wish every one of them well. And anyone that's struggling through that, our heart and our prayers are with you. And so when you see the City Hall in pink, remember those who are dealing with this disease. Tonight's inspiration is going to be provided by Mayor Pro Tem Rollins. Are you ready?
I am. My inspiration tonight is for Colin Powell, who recently passed away this morning. From his humble beginnings, he was born in Harlem, New York, to Jamaican immigrant parents. He served our country for over 40 years in both the government and the military. He was a Vietnam veteran. He was a 4-star general. He was the first and youngest Black chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He was the National Security Advisor and the first Black Secretary of the State. He had a knack for executing authority while putting people at ease. He always put his country before politics. As a result, he was highly respected by both Republican and Democratic presidents. Did he make policy mistakes? Yes, he did, but people said he was the first to admit them. He maintained the highest ideals for both a warrior and a diplomat. He took a leadership role early in the 70s and worked hard to promote social justice, affirmative action, and anti-racism. After the turbulent years after the Vietnam War, he brought back a sense of pride and honor to our veterans. He was a pragmatist, and people admired him for his clarity of thought. He once said, "Obama is a Christian." But what if he was a Muslim? Is there anything wrong about a young 7-year-old Muslim American child believing that one day he would become president? He could become president too. Colin Powell was a true example of how we should do our best to give back to our country and our community.
Thank you very much. And I couldn't agree with your inspiration tonight. I've really always admired Colin Powell. He always stood tall and he represented this country very well. And thank you so much for reminding us that, yes, any immigrant could rise to the ranks of greatness. May I have a motion and a second to approve our agenda?
Move to approve.
Mayor Gama, I'd need to recuse myself from the 5th consent agenda item.
Okay.
Because I live within 1,000 feet of Market Street and Surfside Drive.
Okay. Right now we want to approve the agenda as a whole, and then we'll get to the consent agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor Gama.
So can we have a motion to approve the agenda?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
and Mayor Gama.
Yes. And we'll make note when we get to the consent agenda and allow Mr. Councilmember Martinez to recuse himself. We will now hear any general public comments not pertaining to items on the agenda, including those written comments received by our city clerk. Any comments from those who are participating live with us this evening, we'd like to ask that you use Zoom's raise your hand feature so that we can call on you during the appropriate times. This will be the same process for comments pertaining to each agenda item as well. Staff will unmute your mic and you will have 3 minutes to provide your comments. Does anyone have a public comment at this time that they would like to present? I can't see participants.
I see Mr. Magana. I'm going to open his mic and allow him to begin public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Magana. I will start a timer, and if you're ready, go ahead.
Unmute. You're on mute, Mr. Magana.
Mr. Magana, you should have a message on your screen. There we go. Host is asking you to unmute.
There
There you go.
We
There
can
you
hear
go.
you.
Okay, I would like to ask that the motel does not be removed because it would be more of a traffic and more of a problem. That would be my suggestion. And also the other suggestion that I would want to bring up is that in Port Hueneme and Ann Avenue, if they could put a light there, because I think that there's going to be a lot of accidents within that area, because when we turn left, we can hardly see who's coming on the left side because there's all kinds of cars parked in the area. That's it.
What hotel were you speaking of? I'm sorry, I was a little confused.
There's a motel that they're thinking of, I guess, tearing down to make it like apartments right here on, I think it's on, what is it, Hueneme Road?
Mhm.
Yes, that item is coming up on,
Okay.
let me check. I think it's item 7. Yes, so if you would like to stay in the meeting until we get to item 7, I think a lot of your questions may be answered. And we all have questions as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
No problem.
Madam Clerk, are there any other public comments at this time?
There are no additional general public comments at this time.
Okay, we're going to move on to presentations. Right now, number 1, we're going to have the great Shakeout presentation by Don Villafana, Public Works Director, Port Hueneme.
Mayor, I'm sorry, just because this is the first time we're doing it, I just want to make sure any member of the public that's online right now has the opportunity to raise their hand either through Zoom or just with their camera open so that we can hear their public comment if any. Okay, there's Mr. Marquez has raised his hand, so I'm going to allow him to speak now as well.
Thank you. Mr. Marquez, if you unmute yourself, let me know when you're ready and I'll start a timer for you.
I am ready.
Okay, no, I'm not. Hold on. Nice to see you. Hold on a second. Here we go. Okay, go ahead.
It is my belief and the belief of thousands more that live and work in Pro Wainimi that a park for the people must exist. It can be a Bubbling Springs Park, but few would say the same with trash, unsightly exotic trees, and mosquito-festering water. No wonder many of us go to Oxnard or Ventura to picnic or relax. We must then act now and fix Bubbling Springs, not to have it renovated or maintained in the next decades, but currently while we are still living. We can be egocentric about this and ask what benefits a park could have, because it has cognitive benefits and improvements to the mood and mental health of our community, and also our emotional well-being. But can a community feel healthy at all if it has no place to be healthy? Or perhaps we can take the more caring and intrinsic approach to realize that restoring Bubbling Springs, at least a small portion of it, can create a habitat where hundreds of animals and thousands of insects can once more call home. In a modern age where wild areas are very little left. A simple and straightforward solution would be to maintain the creek, at least by removing trash, reducing the reeds to increase water flow, and remove exotic plants, replacing them with beautiful, non-expensive, drought-tolerant natives. Again, the nearby Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy is willing to donate 45 free plants for such a cause. There must be a change, and everyone plays a part in this. As President Theodore Roosevelt once said, who was a friend of Richard Bard's father, this park was created for the benefit and enjoyment of the people. I give my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you came in at 1 minute and 48 seconds, so thank you for that. Are there any other public comments at this time? Guess there is none. So now we'll move into presentation number 1 by Don Villafana, Great Shakeout Presentation. I can see Mr. Villafana is now a co-host.
Show your face first. This one.
Okay, there he is. Hey, I see you guys.
Okay. All right. Let me show you the wrong one.
It looks like a very sturdy desk you're seated at.
Yeah, we're in the Public Works Conference room. Give us a second. We're almost ready. Can you see the screen? That's the wrong presentation. No.
It kind of looks like a bunker.
You're a long way away.
Wrong presentation.
Okay, how about if we go to,
We're changing it.
if you want to do the water one first.
We'll be doing the Great Shakeout first.
Okay. So this is what we call dead air. So I'm going to try and
There we go.
say
Hold on, it's not.
something. How's everybody doing?
Oh, it's not ready.
So you could demonstrate how to survive an earthquake right now if you'd like.
We're almost there.
I
Just a
thought
different.
you were going to simulate an earthquake and jump under the table.
Can you guys see the screen?
Yes, we
Yes,
can.
it looks great.
All right. Once again, it's that time of year for the Great Shakeout. California, recently we've had significant earthquakes. In 2019, you had the Ridgecrest earthquake, which is northeast of Los Angeles. That was July 4th. It was significant damage. It was 6.4 earthquake. The Great Shakeout is an annual statewide earthquake drill on the third Thursday of October, and millions of people participate. We also, there was in 2010, New Zealand suffered a significant earthquake in Christchurch. And then in April of 2010, along the California-Mexico border, there was another large earthquake. Protect yourself during earthquakes. If inside, stay inside. If outside, stay outside. If inside, drop to the floor before the earthquake drops you. Take cover under a sturdy desk or table and hold on to it firmly. Why drop, cover, and hold? Buildings rarely collapse in California. Most people are injured by falling debris and items. So get under something to be safe. Don't get into a doorway because it doesn't protect you from falling items. And in a strong shaking, you cannot stand. And this is a map of some of the areas where there's high probability of frequent shaking. And Californians do. We all need to know what to do in a large earthquake. And we're all in this together. And what we do now determines what life will be after that earthquake. You want to get ready before the next earthquake, at home, work, and school. So secure your space. This means strapping furniture to the walls, tying down memorabilia, putting latches on cabinets, securing TVs and computers, and create or update your plans for communication, where everybody will meet, learn first aid, and anything else that's applicable. Store more water, 1 gallon per person per day for at least 3 days, and ideally for 2 weeks. Organize your food supplies for at least 3 days, and have a fire extinguisher and a battery-operated radio. The city of Port Hueneme is registered for the October 21st Great Shakeout that'll happen at 10:15. This year, the city will be conducting a level 1 drill at city facilities. Level 1 is simple. It's a drop, cover, and hold. And we've placed informational posters in City Hall and other facilities. Now, what has Public Works done to prepare for an earthquake? Public Works engineers have been certified by the Office of Emergency Services to be safety assessment assessors to inspect structures after an earthquake. And that's Charles Cable and myself. Public Works has a reciprocal agreement with Ventura County Public Works for emergency services. Public Works has on-call contractors for emergency repairs. We used that over a year ago when we have the major water line break for PHWA. That was one of our on-call contractors that we called. What has Public Works done to prepare for an earthquake? After an earthquake, Public Works engineers, as I said, certified by the Office of Emergency Services, will be safety assessors. We'll go out, inspect city buildings and infrastructure. We've joined the CalWARN system. And the CalWARN system is California Wastewater Agency Response Network. It was established in 1992. And it's a mutual assistance agreement and process for sharing emergency resources among signatories statewide. CalWARN functions in coordination with the OES, and the mission is to support and promote statewide emergency preparedness and disaster response and mutual assistance for public and private water and wastewater utilities. 48 states have created similar programs. CalWARN program, what are the benefits? Resources to respond and recover more quickly from a disaster. Mutual assistance program consistent with statewide mutual aid programs and standardized management system. The National Incident Management System. Forum for developing and maintaining emergency contacts and relationships. New ideas from lesson learned in disasters. And it was free to register, and you can get additional information at the CalWARN website. And in addition, Public Works has supplies on hand to handle traffic signal outages and water and sewer lines. If we have a major earthquake, supplies are going to be in short supply, and we're going to need those. So we've stockpiled a certain amount of pipe and couplings and other items to repair pipes. And also, in case there's power outages, we have flashing stop signs that we'll be putting out at the intersections. Public Works staff has also been NIMS certified. and we will work in conjunction with our police department in the event of an emergency. Do you have any questions?
Good report.
May I say something? Mayor?
Sure.
Oh, you're on mute, Mayor. Okay, so you say no, so I guess I'll go ahead and just speak. Mr. Villafana and Charles, thank you, and Mr. Cable, thank you so much for doing this presentation. It used to be on my radar when I was with the county, but since I've come to the city, you help remind us every year the importance of what to do immediately following an earthquake. And I really appreciate you spearheading these efforts and sharing with us your preparedness work and the measures that you have in place for standing ready when earthquake does occur. So thank you so much for doing this. It's always appreciated.
Thank you.
All right. Sorry, guys, I couldn't unmute myself there for a second, which might be a good thing. Any other comments for Mr. Villafana before we go on to the next presentation? Okay. We'll now have a presentation on emergency well rehabilitation.
Yeah, open up the video. You got to start the video, Charles.
I'm doing it. Give me a second.
Okay, just so you know, we can hear you guys.
All right. Well, can you guys see the screen?
Yeah.
Can everyone see it?
Yeah.
Right. This really dovetails into the previous presentation, the City of Port Hueneme Emergency Water Supply Well Rehabilitation presentation. The city has 2 emergency backup wells. The city had a choice to abandon these 2 wells or rehabilitate them. And I consider these wells a valuable asset in the event there's a disruption to our water supply. Therefore, we're going through the process to inspect and rehabilitate these wells. This project is in our approved capital project program, and the city is contracted with consultant Curtis Hopkins and Associates to assist in the evaluation and preparation of plans and specifications for the rehabilitation. And Mr. Hopkins is here tonight to answer questions and participate in the presentation. The City of Port Hueneme Municipal Water Supply Wells. Existing city wells need to be reactivated or destroyed. The existing wells can provide supply redundancy for emergency reliability only. State water project systems have vulnerabilities. Oxnard Hueneme pipeline has capacity unless it is interrupted. The City of Oxnard water system could not supply water if state project is interrupted. They do not have the well capacity. Oxnard wells don't even have the capacity to serve Oxnard in the case of an emergency. Our well locations, we have 2 emergency backup wells. We have one on the north end, which is on Channel Islands Boulevard, near Skunk Masters. Then we have another well 4A, which is at Bubbling Springs Park. And if we went to new wells, we'd have physical site constraints. And what we have now is we have existing infrastructure, electrical and piping controls. And what we would use is trailer-mounted portable disinfection facilities and can create a direct supply into the system because those 2 wells would pump directly into the system. Okay, these are boring logs for the 2 wells. And at this time, I'm going to toss the presentation over to Curtis Hopkins to explain the 2 boring logs.
Sure. If you would, the well construction for these 2 wells occurred back in 1964 and 1974. Since that time, they have been, if you would, surrounded by residential or other development. So it makes it very difficult to work on them. However, recent videos show that they're in relatively good condition. And that rehabilitation should restore their operation. These 2 wells are in the lower aquifer system. And you can see the deep sanitary seals that seals off the upper aquifer system. And the importance here is that, if we go to the next slide, the water quality of these two wells has historically been a fair quality and meets all Department of Drinking Water secondary standards. It's lower than the 1,000 part per million total dissolved solids. The sulfate is under 500 milligrams per liter. Chloride is under 100, and nitrate under 45. So both wells have quality that is potable at this time.
The well rehabilitation costs, thank you, Curtis, versus cost and schedule. New well construction cost based on present materials and labor costs estimated $2 million per well or greater depending on site logistics. Total estimate is $5 million per well for land acquisition, permitting, well housing, piping for system, and intertie into the existing system, electrical power and controls, well pump and motor. The estimated cost for existing well rehabilitation is $500,000 per well, plus new well pump equipment and electric motor estimated at $250,000 per well. So the total estimated cost to rehabilitate each well is $750,000. The cost, if we were to destroy the wells, would be $60,000 per well. Schedule for project performance, new wells would take at least 5 years if we were able to get a permit to drill new wells. Rehabilitation will take approximately 6 months, and if we were to destroy the wells, it would take approximately 4 months. Next slide.
Can I ask a cost question? Will the enterprise funds cover this rehabilitation cost?
Yes, this is all this is an approved capital project, and this is covered by enterprise funds, water enterprise funds.
And the wells are currently not in use, and I think I heard you say that these would be in service in emergencies only?
That is correct.
What if we get a bunch of rain for the next 3 years and the ground table is swollen with all kinds of water? Would we be able to use that water as a way to save water? That makes sense?
We can't use these wells as part of our regular water system. They are emergency backup wells only. And they are, as Curtis said, they're in the lower aquifer. They're not affected by seawater intrusion, but these are strictly for backup emergency. And we had a choice. We had to either rehabilitate these or destroy the wells. So I opted that the best thing for the city for the future would be to have these as backup wells, because it would take at least 5 years and tremendous, much more cost, $5 million plus a well, if we were ever to try to get new wells.
Councilmember Perez has her hand up.
Yes. If we rehabilitated the wells, how long would they last before we had to do so again?
We would probably inspect them on a 5-year cycle, but we would be looking at probably some maintenance possibly every 10 years. And Curtis, would you want to jump in there? What kind of schedule do you think?
Yeah, that's probably appropriate for maintenance and all. And as far as longevity of the wells, their lifetime, that's unique to each facility. In this case, they are a low carbon steel, but the water quality is fairly decent. It's not aggressive. Chlorides are low. To my knowledge, there's no hydrogen sulfide. So again, the things that would degrade a well's structural integrity aren't necessarily present at this location. So whether it's another 10, 15, or 20 years, no one can really say. Again, when we test them by sending video cameras down, it's an apparent integrity that we're inspecting. And at this time, again, they look like they're structurally sound.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Laura has her hand up.
Councilwoman Edits?
I guess Mayor Grama can't speak. Okay, I'll go ahead. Thank you. I know it's hard to see my hand because it's blending in with my background. Thank you for that presentation. It's really nice to hear that we're thinking ahead and anticipating things that could go wrong, like the loss of water to our community, which would be very devastating after an already devastating earthquake or emergency. So my question is, do we get into discussions with the Fox Canyon water people regarding the use of groundwater in this case? And will there be any ongoing fees? And then how does this actually work? Does the water sit there for years till we use it, or do we just access the groundwater when the time comes? Maybe you could explain that a little bit.
The Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency, they know about these wells, and they're the ones that mandated we either rehabilitate them and put monitoring meters on them, or we destroy them. So there are no additional fees for the use of these wells because they're emergency wells. And we test them once a month. And we test flow them and make sure things are working. So that's water there that's ready for an emergency use.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
You may have mentioned it earlier. Is there a capacity of how long are these wells continually filled up through the groundwater, or are they like a 5-day supply, or how does that work?
We've tested them, and one of them has approximately 1,500 gallons per minute. And Curtis, you know what the other one was? Was it 1,300 gallons?
He was close to that, right?
So, and you know, they're in a lower aquifer, so they're not going to run dry.
And then did you mention, like, if there was an earthquake, are these built so that they can handle an earthquake?
Well, there's we're part of the rehabilitation. We'll put some flexible couplings in there on some of the material, some of the piping, and you know, right now, I'm sure in an earthquake we're going to have some breakage of pipelines. But what's more important is, or more likely is, our supply lines from Cayugas or United are going to have multiple breaks. And Cayugas gets their state water, and so that may be disrupted. We get that from the Springville Reservoir. So if those pipelines are broken or have multiple breaks in them, it's more likely that we can fix a localized break quicker and bring these wells online to supply water.
Okay. This is just an informational question. I saw some picture that years back we had a water tower. And we no longer have a water tower. What significance does that have as far as utilization for water? Is it kind of out of step now to have a water tower? Or is it somehow a useful part of the water supply?
A water tower was used years ago, and that was obviously for pressure because it was elevated. The city and all the jurisdictions ended up to fight seawater intrusion, transferred our pumping allocation to United Water, and stopped pumping our shallow wells here in Port Hueneme. Oxnard did the same. The Channel Islands Beach District did the same. And so those wells, there's a well field out in Saticoy. And so United Water pumps on our behalf the groundwater, and we get that water. They hold in trust our pumping allocation. So that was part of an old system that was very antiquated and really didn't even supply the pressure we needed with that raised water tank. And also you have the issues with seismically retrofitting an elevated water tank like that. So it was eventually taken down and no longer part of our water system.
Okay.
Yes, I have several farming family friends that I grew up with, and I visit them from time to time, and I hear them grumble quite often about the Fox Canyon aquifer, I believe. Now, is there a chance, let's say if this drought were to go on for another several years, could that water be not available due to a drought situation, or is there a high probability that if the time comes that we need to access those wells on an emergency basis, will there be water there, usable water?
Curtis, you want to address that? Sure. It's a good question. There are a lot of unknowns. However, historically, what we've seen is the water quality has not been impacted during drought by seawater intrusion, et cetera. And when United does fill up the forebay, it pushes everything south. So that's the reason they're looking at Point Magoo, putting in a brackish groundwater desalter down there because what does come in the Wainimi Canyon ends up migrating southward. As far as whether or not there'll be water there, absolutely. Again, the wells are considerably deep, and we have plenty of drawdown available. So if in the future we had to lower the pumps, to 40, 60 feet or something, we would still be able to pull water out of the wells. At this time, we're in a drought now, and water levels have somewhat begun to stabilize, albeit below sea level, unfortunately. But the GMA, has plans to manage the basin and change those conditions.
Okay, I have one more technical question, and if it's too much, I mean, I'm fascinated by the subject, but we all know that there is a submarine canyon right offshore of Port Wainimi, and that it is, I think it's 3,800 feet deep. So if this well is 1,800 feet deep, is there any saltwater concerns or intrusion concerns at that level? And if there were, what would trigger those concerns?
There are concerns, and that's the reason that the city's historical production was moved to the forebay miles away from the coast, along with the other coastal communities who now get their water from United through the Oxnard-Wainimi pipeline. And so, again, we're not proposing to use these constantly and change the gradient here at the coast. It would only be under an emergency condition.
Okay, and one last topical question. Years ago, the Chumash Indians, I'm told, and explorers documented fresh water bubbling up in the ocean. Could you briefly describe how that worked? I guess it's the opposite of what we are now. There was so much fresh water underneath there, it pushed its way into the ocean. Is that basically what happened?
Yeah, that is what happened. There's been artesian wells along the coast documented for years. And with that said, that means the water table is much higher than the land surface, or in this case, the pressure that the salt water puts on it. The upper aquifer system is very permeable and more susceptible to seawater intrusion. Historically, that's where we've had the biggest issue, and these two wells are sealed through those zones. And likely what was occurring historically with those reports is that it was coming out of the Oxnard Aquifer, which is a couple hundred feet below ground surface, and like you said, bubbling up because there was a significant amount of water flowing.
Fascinating. Thank you so much. Are there any other questions? Okay. Thank you for a great presentation, both of them. Thank you very much. We're now going to move on to the consent calendar agenda. Item number 3, approve the minutes of the City Council for the regular meeting of October 4th, 2021. The recommendation is to approve the minutes. Number 4, receive and file the finance cash disbursements from September 27th, 2021 through October 12th, 2021. The recommendation is to receive and file the disbursements. Authorization to award a contract to J&H Engineering General Contractors Incorporated to resurface Surfside Drive from Market Street to Ventura Road. The recommendation is to authorize the Public Works Director to award the contract to resurface Surfside Drive from Market Street to Ventura Road. Item number 6, Authorization for out-of-state travel for property and evidence supervisor, Frank Montalongo. The recommendation is to authorize the property and evidence supervisor, Frank Montalongo, to attend the Axion Conference in Phoenix, Arizona from November 1st to November 3rd, 2021. Are there any public comments associated with any of our consent agenda items?
No, sir.
Okay, so I have a question for City Attorney Kevin. As I think about it, I believe I am within 1,000 feet of Surfside Drive, and therefore I should recuse myself from voting on item number 5.
Okay. The correct way to handle this, considering we're on Zoom, is I would recommend, I believe Councilmember Martinez has a similar conflict. The conflict itself would be, there's a presumption of a material financial conflict of interest based on your primary residence being within 1,000 feet of the improvement. And I think the proper way to handle this is to remove yourself and Councilmember Martinez to the waiting room following a vote on items 3, 4, and 6. And then the remaining council members can vote on item 5 with you in the waiting room.
Okay, so I would like to recuse myself from item number 5 due to the fact that I have a material conflict apparently. And Councilmember Martinez, is he already removed?
You have to vote first on the
Yeah,
other
and
items.
I would also like to recuse myself from item number 5 since I am within 1,000 feet of the Market Street.
Thank you. Can we have a motion for item 3, 4, and 6?
So moved.
Motion to.
Okay. We had a motion and a second, I believe.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call vote? 3, 4, and 6.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins?
Yes.
And Mayor Gama?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously for those items.
Okay. And will be removed.
I just had one question before they remove. What is the number? They're saying 1,000 feet. I thought it was like 900 feet. And then I heard 600. What is the actual foot amount nowadays?
There is no bright line rule since the FPPC revised their resolutions or their regulations. In essence, within 500 feet, it's absolutely not. Can an elected official vote on it? Inside of 1,000 feet, it is presumed that there is a financial conflict of interest. That presumption can be overcome by a clear and convincing showing that there is not. So a clear and convincing showing is pretty difficult to achieve, and for safety reasons, mainly the elimination of an FPPC enforcement action, I would strongly recommend presuming that there is a financial conflict.
Yes, and realizing that I live closer to Surfside than Councilmember Martinez, I thought it'd be prudent for me to also join in on the 1,000-foot line. So will be removed.
Surfside Drive from Mark. Resurface Surfside Drive.
And Mayor Pro Tem, both individuals have been put in the waiting room, so you're clear to ask for a motion and take a vote.
Okay. Is there a motion? There's a motion to approve the authorization to award a contract for J&H Engineering General Contractors to resurface Surfside Drive from Market to Ventura Road. Surfside, that doesn't make sense. Is that right? Surfside Drive from Market to Ventura Road?
It would be right there in front of Surfside 1. Condos.
Okay.
That's correct. It's from Market Street going east on Surfside to Ventura Road.
Okay.
I move approval.
I'll second.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins,
Yes.
and for the record, Mayor Gama and Councilmember Martinez have abstained and are recused from this vote.
I have one question before you ever. I don't even know whether I'm 1,000 feet away or not of that. I've never really measured.
I would think you're right about.
I mean, I don't know what 1,000 feet is, but
I think you have to measure it as the crow flies, not because you don't have a direct route there, but you would have to go around. But I do believe it's as the crow would fly. But
that's my understanding as well. In addition, one of the reasons militating in favor of recusal, if you're at all concerned, is that you are not entitled to rely on my advice. The FPPC has its own enforcement bureau, and reliance on council's advice is not a defense when it comes to fair political reform act violations.
well, okay. So what if I abstain because I don't know? I guess lack of knowledge is not necessarily a good reason, but I have no idea from where I live, especially from crow flies.
If we end up abstaining on this item, you would run into a problem of legally required participation because we lose a quorum of council members. In essence, what would happen is we would have to write to the Fair Political Practices Commission and request a council member to be allowed to violate the Political Reform Act because participation is required, or you draw straws as to who's going to violate it, which is essentially how it works. And these are incredibly rare exceptions. So
Mayor Pro Tem,
I appreciate the map, and I know where Mayor Pro Tem lives, and if you draw a straight line to Surfside Drive,
we just did that, and it's
2,500 feet.
2,500 feet.
Oh, good.
No, I don't. Is that the yellow line you're showing us?
Yes.
That's not where he lives.
Well, yeah, I'm a little over. I'm right about here.
No.
Well, I was showing it, but just to the edge of this
corner of the cul-de-sac, all the way up against the wall. Keep going down.
Well, I know, but we just have to be less.
We just have to be over 1,000 feet.
So 1,000 is right here.
And the whole point of it is if it's going to financially benefit you or improve your property, which I don't think that area of Surfside is going to have any effect on your property value.
He's greater than 1,000 feet.
Yes, he is. But when you do Surfside to Wainimi Road, then he might run into a problem.
Correct.
Okay. Are you good with that, Rollins? Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't know. You tell me whether I'm 1,000 feet or not.
Well, maybe it needs to be a little further researched and not take up council time doing this.
You're
He's
over
more
1,000
than 1,000 feet.
I'm satisfied. You good?
I guess.
Have you all voted on the motion?
Yeah, it's been voted on.
Yes.
Okay, so we are going to move on to, I was remiss and I didn't ask if there's any public comments for the consent agenda.
Yes, you did.
Okay, and there were none?
None.
Okay. All right, we're moving on to item number 7, public hearing, plan development permit number PHPD 853. A request to convert a portion of an existing motel, Surfside Motel, into 41 apartment units and maintain 2 of the existing motel buildings as motel uses located at 615 East Port Wainimi Road. Don, don't go anywhere with that yellow line. I think we may have to look at it again. So The hearing is now open. The time is 7:39. Do any members of the council have any conflicts to disclose? I would like to take a look at the yellow line to see how Mayor Pro Tem Rollins and I line up to the Surfside Motel.
Come on, you guys.
Well, about Councilman Hernandez, I guess in the past.
Well, no, it's just that this is just causing a delay in our meeting. You guys should have done this ahead of time. I'm sorry. But
Well,
it's kind of frustrating.
do you know
That's
how
not
many,
frustrating. If we could,
you know, for lack of preparation, I remember a couple of years ago, one of the councilmen, in fact, got fined quite a bit because they thought there was no conflict of interest, and then it turned out to be, and they got fined quite a bit, and there was no, they had no idea. And the last time there was a situation where I voted on, I was told by one city attorney that you were perfectly able to vote, and then I was told by somebody else you weren't, and it was a lot closer than this particular area. So I don't know. I mean, like, I think it needs to be clear cut.
if we could see the line, we could be moving on already.
We're working on it. Surfside Motel.
Okay, let me share the screen.
Don, you know where I live. I think.
Okay, can you guys see the screen? Let's
Yeah.
see.
So if you go right next to the bottom left tennis court and draw a line to Surfside Motel, right there.
So
How far is that?
it's like 891 feet.
Okay, I'm recusing myself.
Council members, I've been looking at regulation 18702.2, which was revised in 2019. The presumption now applies to 500 feet. Between 500 feet and 1,000 feet, it is a factors test that is fact specific to determine whether or not any change would have a material financial effect. Under the revised regulation, a decision will have a material impact on an official's property interest if it would change the parcel's development potential, income producing potential, highest and best use, market value, or if it would change the parcel's character by substantially altering traffic levels, intensity of use, parking, view, privacy, noise levels, or air quality. So that would be within 1,000 feet and over 500 feet, that would be the standard to evaluate by.
So parking, I mean, parking and all of that probably would have an effect.
So I am going to recuse myself out of an abundance of precaution. Noted, I am 800 feet. And I believe I'm the only one that needs to do that.
No, I'd like you to check on mine.
This yellow circle is 1,000-foot radius. So everything in this yellow circle is within.
I know.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You'd have to move the circle over to where I live in the corner of.
You're good. Well, no, keep going, keep going.
Right about there. A little further right there.
Second.
No, you're all the way on the, you're literally the bottom right.
I know.
Keep
Right
going.
there.
Keep
No,
going.
lower and to the right.
Is that 1,000 feet right there?
So that circle is 1,000 feet from the motel in this corner.
Okay, so there you go. Then
Rollins is good.
yeah, you're good, Rollins.
So
Okay.
I will recuse myself, and I guess I recuse myself from the entire public hearing, correct?
That is correct, Mayor Gama.
Okay, I'm going to turn the meeting over to Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
Okay. So can we have the report by Mr. Stewart?
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Okay, if we could get the show back up.
Before you start your presentation, due to the mayor leaving, I just wanted to comment that we do have the proof of publication as required by law, and we also have the complete file of reports and exhibit on file. So those are two things that you usually generally ask during public hearings, and I just wanted to make sure that those were noted into the record. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Christy, and good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council audience. This is a public hearing for the Surfside Motel and Apartments project with the Affordable Housing Agreement. The case number is PHPD-853. Next slide, please. So the applicants are now requesting to remodel two of the existing motel buildings at the Surfside Motel facility into a 32-unit, what they call low-cost motel, and a manager's office and clubhouse. They're also proposing to convert and remodel the remaining buildings into 41 apartment units. And this will include the existing building that was already converted that you know along Port Hueneme Road. One of these 41 units will be reserved for extremely low-income families, and the remaining 8 affordable units will be reserved for low-income households. The applicants are also requesting a 50% density bonus, 3 density bonus concessions, and will have a 55-year term affordable housing agreement. Next slide, please. So the property itself, and there'll be some slides later showing you all of the plans, is 2 parcels that total 1.88 acres, and it's located at 615 East Port Hueneme Road, which is at the northwest corner of East Port Hueneme Road and Surfside Drive. The city's Willowbrook development and Willowbrook Drive surround the property to the west, their single family to the north, Bubbling Springs Creek and Recreation Corridor to the east, and East Port Hueneme Road to the south. The property is zoned limited multifamily with a planned development overlay or R2 PD, and is designated, it's supposed to be designated, not designed, a medium density residential in the general plan, the land use map. Next slide, please. Just an aerial view showing the site. It's kind of a reverse L shape. Next slide, please. So I don't want to get into too much of the history here because most of it at this point, because of the court action in February, kind of makes it moot, at least for the time being, and hopefully it stays that way. The project was constructed back in the early 1960s, and we assume it's constructed per all of the code requirements in place at the time. The current property owner, Dario Pini, obtained entitlements from the city in 2012 to convert the motel complex in its entirety to a 65-unit affordable housing project. With their approval in 2012, the City Council gave the applicant 2 years plus a one-year extension to complete the project, which would have brought it to 2015 to have everything finished. The property was in disrepair, still is for the most part, and only Building H, which is the building along East Port Hueneme Road, was improved. The project was supposed to be completed in 2 phases, Building H being the first phase, and then per the conditions of approval that the City Council gave, to complete the first phase and get a certificate of occupancy, the rest of the project site needed to be vacated of the tenants that were living there at the time. However, that did not occur, and also due to a lack of work on the rest of the project, it was turned over to code enforcement. At the same time, the project lost its planning entitlements. As I mentioned, the city then, we first received a planning, we received a planning application in 2019, a new one. I was getting ahead of myself, excuse me. Next slide, please. And then staff deemed the application, this new planning application, incomplete several times. So because the work still did not occur on the project site, the application was deemed complete, and because the site was still not vacated, the city went to court to have a receiver appointed to complete the project. However, the court back in February of 2021 determined that the applicants weren't provided sufficient time to complete the project and determined that the applicants, and I quote, demonstrated an urgency in getting the remediation done sooner rather than later. The applicants then resubmitted a revised application in May 2021, and this new application is the one that you're looking at today. We are able to deem the application complete in June and move it forward. Go ahead with the next slide, please. So I'll go over a few of the graphics that the applicant provided. This is an illustrative site plan. It's actually turned where north should actually be faces to the left, but the buildings on top along the creek, the long building is the one that's proposed to remain as a motel, with the little building off to the right in the north, well, what looks like the north corner would be the manager's office. The building to the furthest left would be converted into apartment units. The smaller buildings along that same axis are existing cottage buildings, and they'll be maintained as such. And then the building on the bottom, again, facing Fort Hueneme Road, is the building H, as we call it. And that is the one that you see when you drive by that's been, for the most part, completed, although it's not completely completed yet. Next slide, please.
Excuse me, Tony, do you have control of the cursor? Of the mouse?
Don't, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to point out things verbally to you, and I'll try to do that a little bit better here.
I understand. Thank you.
So this slide shows the existing motel building and how it will remain as such, with the each of the guest rooms, and then there'll be a shared laundry room off to the left of the first floor, which is the bottom portion of the slide there. The architecture of all of these buildings will resemble the architecture on building H. So I just want to point that out now, because I'm not going to show you elevations and floor plans of each and every one of these buildings. They were all in your packet though. Next slide, please. So this is building C, and this is the one that's currently also used or was being used as a motel, but it will be completely reconfigured into apartment units, ranging from studios to one bedrooms to, I believe we have a couple two bedrooms there. There will also be on each end of the building lockers, storage lockers for the tenants in the complex to provide them a little extra storage. Next slide, please. This is one of the cottage buildings. It's building D, we call it. Buildings E and F and most of G, which is the two-story building on the corner, are similar. And so there'll be some minor reconfigurations to these buildings. There'll be studio apartments, essentially, with new porch railings and paint to match the rest of the project site. Next slide, please. And this just is for reference to show you what the current building H looks like, where these are basically studio and one bedroom type apartment units. And this will not be changing over what is currently existing there today. Next slide, please. And this is the floor plan of the Clubhouse building. There'll be a small office for the manager, and there'll be a large assembly room with a kitchen, and it will actually open up the right set of doors that will open up out to a recreation and barbecue area. Next slide, please. And this just for reference is showing what some of the buildings, such as building C, would look like with the modifications. And again, this would be very similar to how building H facing Fort Hueneme Road looks today. Next slide, please. And the small manager's office will also be refaced, remodeled to match the larger buildings. Next slide, please. And this is a depiction of the preliminary landscape plan, where it's showing, for instance, on the far left, that area is currently overgrown former barbecue area, and that will be turned into landscaping. The barbecue area will actually go over, like I said, by building A, the Clubhouse, which is the top top rightmost portion of this slide. And the rest of the landscaping will be drought tolerant and will be located throughout the entire site. Next slide, please. So with regard to the density bonus, since 32% of the units are proposed to be affordable, the applicants are entitled to receive a density bonus, as well as a minimum of 3 concessions. And this is per state density bonus law, as well as the city's density bonus ordinance. A concession, just for reference, is a deviation from minimum development standards such as setbacks, parking, etc. Very similar to a variance, but with different findings. And next slide, please. Now, and Kevin may also want to weigh in here a little bit or wait, but if an applicant is proposing to create an affordable housing project, the city generally must approve these requests for density bonus and or concessions per state law, as well as our municipal code. Denial of a concession or density bonus program is very difficult. It requires a finding that the concession would have a specific adverse impact on health, safety, or physical environment, and for which there is no mitigation. In other words, it's called a safety impact. Denial of a concession would either require the council to provide specific written findings for a safety impact, or it would be necessary to find that the granting of the concession is not required because it does not physically preclude the construction of the project. However, there's also very limited case law on what is considered physical preclusion. So in other words, again, it's very difficult to deny an application such as this. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the applicants are requesting a 50% density bonus, basically from 15 units per acre, or 28 units is what the site today could accommodate in the R2 zone, to 22.5 units per acre, or the 41 requested units. And this is allowed per our municipal code as well as the state government code. With regard to state government code, it's allowed because the applicants are providing a minimum of 24% affordable units. As I mentioned, they're providing 32%. The applicants are also proposing the 3 concessions. Next slide, please. So concession number 1 is a reduction of 12 of the residential parking spaces. The motel will be fully parked per the municipal code requirements, and the applicant is proposing a parking program to regulate the residential parking, and that would be administered by the on-site manager. Next slide, please. Concession number 2 is partial relief from undergrounding the utility lines that traverse the west side of the site. Our municipal code requires that utilities for new developments or changes in uses be close to new development be undergrounded. However, the applicants are proposing to underground some of the lines, such as cable TV, and they're also proposing to construct a whole new sewer system for the project, including a dedicated on-site sewer station. However, as we learned during the Habitat project last October, the cost to underground each pole runs roughly between $225,000 and $275,000. And therefore, that's a substantial cost burden when looking at an affordable housing project. Next slide, please. And the final concession is to maintain a mixed-use development in the R2 zone. Commercial uses are no longer allowed in the R2 zone. Haven't been for a long time. However, government code 65915-2K mandates that mixed uses in residential zones be allowed if the commercial uses make an affordable housing project more economically viable. And in this case, the project applicants provided pro formas for a variety of development scenarios, including developing just 28 units per the R2 standards, developing the 65-unit all-affordable complex, and developing the proposed project. It turned out that the performers indicated that the proposed project would be the most economical over the long term for an affordable project out there, hence the request for a mixed-use development concession. Next slide, please. Now, in exchange for being granted this density bonus as well as the concessions, The applicants and the city will enter into an affordable housing agreement that'll have a 55-year term. We've also recommended condition number 8 to the plan development, which would require that the 9 affordable units be mixed throughout the project area. And that's to provide a better livability for all of the tenants within the development. Next slide, please. So the project is a class 32 infill development, so it's exempt from CEQA guidelines, and that the general plan and applicable zoning regulations would be met with the granting of the concessions. The project has no value for natural habitat, and it will not result in any significant environmental effects, and it can be adequately served by all required utilities and public services because it currently is. With regard to fiscal impact, there is no direct, at least negative impact to the general fund. In fact, the general fund may be benefited from potential revenues generated from the new residents as well as motel guests, spending money in the city and through the collection of TOT taxes for the motel component of the project. And with that, staff's recommendation is to open the public hearing and take testimonial and documentary evidence, close the hearing, consider the evidence, adopt a resolution approving plan development permit PHPD 853 and an affordable housing agreement. This is for the Surfside Motel and Apartments. And 4, take such additional related action that may be desirable. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions, and the applicant and the representatives are here as well. I'm not sure if they want to make a formal presentation or not, but at this time, like I said, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Can you make it so I can see everybody else? All right. Okay, now I can see everybody else. Okay, do we have any public comments at this point in time that you've received?
Sir, I do have one written public comment that I received, and then I'll read that, and then we can open it up to the anybody attending from the public.
Okay.
Okay. The one public comment that I received was from David Scrivener, and it reads, "Good evening, City Council. The Surfside Hotel has been problematic for the 41 years that I have lived here. It's been an eyesore and a magnet for problematic people the entire time. As I understand it, it has been used as a dumping place for people on parole who just got released from prison and registered sex offenders. The building facing Wainimi Road was extensively remodeled several years ago and has been unoccupied ever since. I don't know why this is the case, but I assume it has something to do with non-compliance by the owners. Now that they want to convert it into a mixed-use property with a downsized hotel and apartments. Last night, I happened to look over the agenda for tonight's council meeting and found item number 7. It consists of 82 pages of documentation, much of which is incomprehensible because of poor quality of the maps and drawings. The agenda states that the council should hold a public hearing and then vote to permit the project to go forward. What is a public hearing for? I thought it was to listen to the community feedback, take it into consideration, and then vote. Apparently, I was wrong. It is obvious that the public hearing is a formality, and staff is recommending that the project go forward regardless of public comment. I would like to see the council postpone a decision until the voters have had a chance to consider the full scope of this project and are able to make comments based on accessible information. The ramifications for public safety and law enforcement need to be considered." Signed, David Scrivener. And that concludes the written public comments that I've received, and we can take any public comments from those members of the public by using the raise the hand feature at this time.
Okay, I cannot see anybody from the general public that's raised their hand. Are you able to see that, Christy?
The only raise the hands that I see are Councilmember Perez and Councilmember Hernandez at this time.
Okay, so then can we then move on to council discussion?
Oh, I apologize, sir. There is one gentleman raising his hand. Sir, you're titled Zoom user, so I apologize. I don't have a name for you. Charles, can we unmute him?
I've just sent a message asking him to unmute.
I've done that.
Sir, can you
hear
state
me?
your name? Yes, sir. Can you state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Mark Sanchez Alarcon.
Okay.
Yeah, I live on Scott Street, directly, shall we say, behind the complex in that we're talking about.
Okay.
And I feel that this project is going to directly impact my community here because we're going to be so close to it, and we're really going to be adversely affected by such development. As it is, we're struggling with parking, and I'm afraid that bringing permanent residents to the area is just going to exacerbate the problem even further. And like I say, we're a stone throws away from the hotel, so it's going to directly affect us. What statement was written previously, I completely agree with that assessment. I've been in this vicinity since 1978, so I have seen and have endured the situations of that hotel has caused. So I'm in total agreement with that statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other Zoom public comments at this time?
I see hands, sir.
Could you repeat that again?
I do not see any other raised hands other than your colleagues, your council members.
Okay, so at this time, I'm going to open this up to council discussion. I'm first, Councilman Hernandez, your hand is.
Actually, Councilwoman Perez had her hand up way before I did.
I don't see Councilman Hernandez Perez at all.
Here, my camera is not working, so.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So,
Perez.
So I have just a few comments and a question for Mr. Stewart, and I thank you for the presentation. The first comment, the comments I'd like to point out, we have to build a certain amount of property, or we have to develop or come up with numbers in order to satisfy the state requirements. And unfortunately, we're out of land and don't have a lot of place to build. So we have to come up with ideas like this in order to meet that requirement. Mr. Stewart, given the fact that there's not a lot of info being discussed about the history of this, would you at least be able to tell us and for the public what would happen, the possibility that we do not approve this?
Sure, and I can provide as much history as you want. So first of all, you're correct in that we have to provide a certain number of units. Fortunately for us, the previously approved 65 units were not part of the now passing and then upcoming housing elements. And therefore, we're not needing to provide all 65 units on this site. However, what our current regional housing needs call for is that we do provide a minimum of one extremely low income unit. And so that would be provided with this project, with the one unit. And then we'll be providing through this project 8 additional units, as well as 41 total. So it would help us meet our current and upcoming housing needs. Now, with regard to whether or not this project is approved or not, if it's not approved, and again, I'm probably going to rely on Kevin to chime in here also. As I mentioned, we've got a couple things working against us here, or at least requiring us to have an approval of this project. First of all, as I mentioned back in February, the Ventura County Court ruled against our request to have a receiver appointed, and basically allowed the applicant to go back and apply for a project under the assumptions that the project would be constructed. And then state law, as I mentioned through the government code, and I also mentioned in the staff report, since the project was originally approved back in 2012, there have been a lot of changes to state law. Many of the requirements are quite draconian, and they also seem to conflict with each other. But what they've done, for instance, ADU laws also, they've stripped local governments of their ability to approve or disapprove projects for the most case if they comply with certain requirements. This is particularly applicable to affordable housing projects such as this one. And so, as I mentioned, they basically require a city, unless there's some kind of very strong evidence to deny a project, the city basically, for all intents and purposes, has to approve the request. Has to approve the request for the density bonuses and the concessions that they're requested, as long as the applicants can prove that these requirements are necessary to provide an affordable housing project. And it is kind of ironic that these laws actually are working against us and the state in this case, because where we had a 65 unit project approved previously, the applicants are now requesting only a 41 unit project. And whereas we had 65 affordable units approved previously, we're now only getting 9 units total. But the state laws allow that to happen. And so the applicants have made that request. Again, in turn, though, they will have a 55-year affordable housing agreement as part of this project. I actually, because we've been working with HCD so much, the State's Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, with regard to our housing element in the general plan update, this also did come up, and I discussed this particular application with staff at HCD, and they admitted that because the housing elements do not require the full 65 units for this project, the applicants basically are allowed to make the request. And again, it's pretty much needs to be approved per the state requirements, and HCD staff basically admitted that as well.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Rollins. Well, it certainly sounds like our hands are tied here, but nonetheless, there were a few things that I had concerns about. One of which is because this applicant has not been consistent with us in the past, what's to guarantee that they will be consistent and on time and forthwith with their paperwork in the future? Are there any guarantees, or are there any legal language within the agreement that will hold them to perform their due diligence here and follow through?
So we have a condition of approval, and it requires that this project be completed in a total of 18 months. That includes 6 months from the date of entitlement to obtain permits, and then 12 months following to complete the project. If the project is not completed at that point, or the timeframes are not met, then Mr. Spalding and I are going to need, and city manager, and probably also with your input, as was done in the past through closed session, we'll need to sit down and see what future action needs to be taken if, for some reason, the applicants do not perform and construct the project within the 18-month time period.
Okay. Thank you for that. You know, I took a drive through there on Sunday. It's been a while since I've been down that way, and actually I've never driven inside there and to really see the entire layout, and it's in bad shape. And you know, my thoughts are that any improvement on that property has got to be a positive improvement. And I would think the surrounding area would feel the same way, but I do understand residents' concern about noise from the motel, parking. I understand we're going to be short by 12 spaces, and just the mixed use of residential with motel. You know, it's concerning. So I do certainly sympathize with the neighborhood around that address. One specific question I had to do with the fact that they can't do underground utilities, and with the increase in residents and motel use, are residents in the neighborhood going to see increased utility wiring cables above in their neighborhoods now because they can't go underground? Is there going to be?
The existing utilities are already above ground, and actually the applicants are proposing to underground some of them. There will be stuff, for instance, electric will stay above ground, but cable TV, for instance, will be relocated underground. So there'll actually be a reduction in the amount of utility lines above ground.
All right, well, that's good to hear. And the parking situation. I mean, I know that our hands were kind of tied there, but you know, not everybody has one car. I mean, many of the residents, you know, throughout Port Hueneme, they have many cars, you know, 3 or 4 cars. So I can understand the residents' concern about the parking situation. Is there anything else we can do about that to reduce the burden that parking is going to have on the neighborhood?
I think it's best if we hear from the applicant. I see that their attorney, Mr. Burns, has his hand raised already, and perhaps Mr. Murphy could talk to us a little bit about the parking situation and what their thoughts are behind the concession and their parking program.
Okay. Mr. Burns?
Mr. Murphy?
Mr. Murphy?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Rollins and council members. My name is Paul Burns. I am the applicant's attorney. I'd like to start by saying I think Councilmember Hernandez's observation that improvement to this property will be a significant benefit to the community. If you look at the completed building, Building H, it looks nice. It's a fairly new building, which is sadly sitting vacant. The Mr. Stewart's presentation did show that styling will be used throughout the project. So council members' comments are right on point. The community is rightfully concerned whenever there is a quote unquote new project proposed. There is concern that the change will be adverse as to parking, noise, use of the public rights of way. Here you have a rundown hotel that has been in litigation for a couple of years now, and an opportunity to get it remodeled and made new. I do think Mr. Stewart was quite on point when he brought forth the fact that the legislature decided to amend the government code under SB 330 and pretty much tell local bodies such as this body what they have to approve and how the concessions need to be given. And it's because there is really a historic shortage of affordable housing in California. It is a crisis level. This is an opportunity to gain one extremely affordable unit, which the city has to have. The city is not meeting its affordable housing requirements. So right there is a benefit to the community that neighbors might not see, but as policymakers, you're all aware of this. This has to happen. I think, again, Member Hernandez's comments were right on point. I'd like to draw the council's attention to Section 2, and it's Subsection I, General Conditions. Mr. Stewart was discussing this, Item 6. it states that within 6 months of approval of the subject plan development permit, which theoretically could start tonight if the council were to vote in favor, permittee must obtain all required building and public works permits and shall ensure that all construction must comply with all applicable city code requirements. I think that is asking the applicant to almost do the impossible, since the applicant doesn't control the issuance of the building permits. That's really in the hands of Mr. Stewart's department and the building department. There's also a condition that Fish and Games get involved because of the creek. So I'm very concerned that right off of the bat may be a condition that would cause failure. There needs to be some language in there that that exonerates the applicant if for some reason there's a delay on the agency review process. Again, and the theory is we don't want to have a failure again. The last entitlement saw failure in 2012. We saw a massive change in the public policy to the legislature. We ended up in litigation, and years later, here we are. The other point that I want to make is that the 12-month drop deadline for certificate of occupancy once the permits are issued is simply not realistic. I understand, and Council Member Hernandez expressed her reasons why she thought it'd be a good idea to hold the applicant's feet to the fire. I can tell you, having done projects from Oxnard to Santa Barbara in 30 years, I have not seen the kind of material shortages, subcontractor and contractor shortages. I recently saw, I couldn't get a trucker to move clay roof tiles from Mexico to Santa Barbara because there's no truckers. The transportation of material has been stunted, and we don't know if this is going to get worse. I also would point out, and maybe your council can help you with this, once again, the legislature has set forth at Government Code section 65589.5 that it is subdivision O, subsection 1, capital D. The standard is 2.5 years after the permits are issued for completion for certificate of occupancy. This particular condition really modifies that statute, and I will not give you legal advice, but I don't think it can be done. I would ask that condition be changed to conform to the government code. I completely understand why you want more control over the applicant and you want a deadline. If it's going to be in there, it has to comply with the mandates of the government code and give 2.5 years. No one wants to take 2.5 years. To have this building vacant has cost the applicant a lot of money. I will reserve any comments or to answer questions if you have them, but Mr. Murphy is here, who's the project architect, as well as Mr. Robinson, and I would ask that they also share their concerns with this council tonight. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Murphy.
Brian Murphy, the architect on the project. Yes, a couple of points. One is that our motel parking is fully compliant. We're providing as much parking on the site as we can, balancing it, of course, with trying to provide additional landscaping to meet the landscaping requirements. So we have provided all the required motel parking. We're only asking for the concession in regards to the apartment parking.
So I had a question on parking while you're there.
Yes.
How many parking spots will there be per parking units? In other words, there was 41 units. How many parking spaces are there to that? What's the ratio? 1 or less than 1 to 1?
Less than 1 to 1. There are 41 parking spaces for the motel, and we have 73 parking spaces total. So
where are you proposing that those, are you going to, when you rent these out, are you going to do it with the proviso that some people will get a parking space and some people will get an assigned parking space and some people will not, or will it be open parking?
Yes, if you look at attachment 2 to our submittal, there is a parking plan, and the 33 apartment parking spaces, 5 will be designated for guest parking, and then the parking will be managed to sorry, I'm trying to read it as I talk here. The parking spaces will be, I believe, Frank, are you also on here? He wrote the parking plan. I don't know if Frank wants to address that.
Yeah, great. Can you hear me now, Brian?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So there are 28 spaces for the 41 apartments, although there's 5 guest spaces and a couple of EV charging spaces, but regularly assignable spaces, there are 28. And so the parking plan gives a priority for occupancy to residents that would have no cars. And so, you know, bicycles, other types of motorcycles, other types of ways of getting around are fine, but parking would be limited. So of the 41 total apartment units, 13 would go without cars, 28 would have cars.
Would those parking spots be assigned, or is it going to be first come, first served?
No, they're definitely assigned with parking placards that the resident would display in the back of their car.
So in your planning, those 13 people or 13 spaces that don't have parking, where do you, in your planning concept, think they're going to park?
They're not going to have cars.
So that's going to be part of the agreement that they can't rent that space if they have a car.
They can't rent the apartment if they have a car.
So if they had a car, then they'll park in the outlying neighborhood, right? Because you're not going to enforce that.
If we find out that they have a car in the outlying neighborhood, they would be given a notice of non-renewal. Yes. That they would be required to leave. Yes.
Mr. Spalding, is from a legal aspect, is that something that can be enforced?
Yes, it can be enforced. It would be a private remedy available to the developer and the owner. As to whether or not the city could enforce that, it's unclear. I need to know more about the factual scenario. Is the area in which the car is parked controlled by permitting or stickers or anything like that?
Yes, the parking spaces are all numbered, and the placard would have that number, and the manager would know which space was assigned to which apartment. So, right, it's a coupled right. And so you get the apartment with no parking in some cases, you get the apartment with parking in the majority of cases. And if we found a violation, that it would be a notice of non-renewal, or they could correct the situation by, you know, getting rid of the car. It's been done in half a dozen projects in Santa Barbara and typically works. I mean, it hasn't, I mean, people have tried to violate it, but usually there's complaints in the neighborhood and it's not difficult. The times when we have difficulty is when people register their car in someone else's name.
If the council would be so inclined, I can give you the standards that the council must use if they seek to deny a concession. That might help with the questions, and why exactly it feels like there's not a lot of choice here. The standards for denying any incentive or concession under the density bonus law would require the council to find by substantial evidence in written findings that the concession or incentive does not result in identifiable and actual cost reductions to provide for affordable housing costs. Here, I'd like to remind council that a pro forma indicates that it does. Two, the concession or incentive would have a specific adverse impact as defined by Government Code Section 65589.5 on public health or safety, or on the physical environment, or on any property listed on the California Register of Historical Resources, and there is no feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid the impact without rendering the development unaffordable to low and moderate income households, or the concession or incentive would be contrary to state or federal law. Those are your only options.
So how does parking weigh into all of that?
It doesn't really.
Okay. Okay, and then another, one of the concerns earlier that one of the residents said, is there any kind of rules preventing felons, sex offenders, whatever, from living in these locations like they purported happened in the past?
Paul, do you want to take that? Or I am a housing consultant, and we've had concerns of neighbors before on affordable projects, and that there's a law called Megan's Law, which is a registry of sex offenders from the state of California. It's pretty much up to date monthly. The developer can refuse to rent to people that are on the Megan's list. They also have to notify all of the potential residents of any known sex offenders in the neighborhood, not on the property, but in the surrounding neighborhood.
Is there any that's very, very close to a park where families and children play. Is there any kind of law regarding that and its effect with people living that close? I know I've heard like there's some law regarding how close you are to an elementary school. Is there any law regarding being close to a park?
Oh, definitely. Under the Megan's Law, there are both those things: public facilities where children congregate, as well as schools and daycare centers.
Council member, I do not believe the applicant's going to be looking for that type of hardship in the community. Megan's Law does require those registered persons to notify the owner at the time of giving him a lease, so that we can do our diligence and make sure there aren't any children congregating playgrounds or parks. So that's a very good question. But federal law pretty much dictates what you can and can't do. That goes to sex offenders now. Convicted felons, you get into a whole constitutional argument that there are convicted felons that might have sold marijuana in 1992 and gone to jail under a felony charge. They would have to be handled differently than a registered sex offender. So I think that I think the question is well placed, and the applicant would try to make sure that we don't get registered sex offenders living there. As to felons, I don't presume to give anyone any opinion.
But you're not able. Are you able to prevent a sex offender from living in these areas, or just be notified that in fact they are when they're that close to a park?
No, Paul, you're speaking of sex offenders. Anybody who's covered by Megan's Law, the private property owner can refuse to rent to them. Yes. And they must also disclose to new tenants if they're knowledgeable of any sex offenders in the neighborhood. Okay. I mean, it's two duties. But on the convicted felons, Paul's answer is correct. That's a much larger group of people.
I had just one more question. Regarding the hotel units or motel units, are these extended stay? Are there any limitation as to how long somebody can be in the motels? And where does the enforcement lie, if there is any rules?
On the applicant team, I would let Mr. Thompson answer that question. I think Mr. Stewart might also know what the transient occupancy rules are. I believe the motel section is a transient occupancy, which I believe is sub 30 days. But I'll let, if Mr. Stewart wants to add to that or correct it, I think that's...
Yeah. I only mentioned that because I've received in the past numerous complaints that people, that it was basically an extended stay where people were there well over 30 days. And so.
Yeah, no, that's a valid concern, but the COVID rules really wrought havoc on all landlords as to who you could get out. Some people got in there during COVID, many of whom have moved on, but it was a very difficult time for that particular issue. People were living in RVs in the parking lot. It was even hard to get them to leave. So that's a good point, but I think the rule is less than 30 days. Otherwise it becomes long-term or permanent.
Okay, well, that's the end of my questions. Councilman Martinez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Rollins. I'd like to ask the applicant if it makes sense to have the motel units between both apartment units. Or why was the concept of having the motel units, between the apartment units? Maybe this is for the architect.
Yeah, I think either Mr. Murphy or Mr. Thompson could probably field that question best.
Well, the motel building has been operating as a motel use continuously for a good number of years. It's configured as a motel, so the building would not need to be significantly reconfigured, which if it were changed to apartment use, it would require significant changes to the building interiors, and I think that our pro forma demonstrated that the economic viability of the project is much enhanced by the retaining of the motel. And I believe also the Coastal Commission, it's their policy not to allow low-cost motels in the coastal adjacency to be converted to other forms of use as well.
Okay, but is it okay? I mean, I guess that answers my question.
If I could,
I'd also like to. Oh, excuse me.
This is Frank. If I could, the other thing is that if you could think of it, that they would really share the driveway and the parking lot, so that the number of apartment units, which is on the other side of the driveway, is really pretty light. There's relatively few in that area of the project. Most of the apartment units are in Building H, which faces out to Wanimi Road, the 24 units.
I'd like to also hear from Gabby Basua, just to see her opinion on this project.
Good evening. This is Gabby Basua. The project is obviously right in front of the Willowbrook project, was it the 30-unit public housing. And over the years, I'm sure we've had many issues with this property. It's something that the Housing Authority will have to deal with. moving forward. And I just hope that the owner is going to be responsible this time around and hopefully create an atmosphere that is going to be beneficial to the community all around and to the 30 families that live right behind it.
Well, if I could respond a little bit, we remodeled Building H, is the building right in front, a number of years back, and it's been sitting vacant because of the planning department's expiration of our plan development permit. And while we have submitted many applications, they've all been denied, but the property definitely has languished for many years, but we are intent on improving it in redoing the buildings, reworking the site, correcting the problems. It's languished not by choice, but because we have struggled to get our conditional use permit reinstated, and so I think that the problems with it being vacant have will go away, hopefully, because we're planning to rehabilitate the site extensively, quite an aesthetic upgrade, a lot of landscaping upgrading, a lot of amenities being added, the clubhouse, recreation areas, additional parking, green spaces, some landscape screening. I think the project is going to be much beautified and changed in terms of its condition and totally off script here, but we're looking forward to returning the property to being a pleasant and functioning part of the community again.
Yeah. I'm sorry, just in response to Ms. Basua's comments, I think both Councilmember Hernandez and Mr. Murphy's comments are right on point here. You're going to be dumping mass amounts of money, resources, and material into an entire new landscape. You're going to make all of the buildings new and beautiful. Properties that are run down attract bad things. I don't think that's a scientific premise. It just seems to be the case. So you have rundown buildings and a building that was finished but is languishing, and you're going to end up having a lot of landscape in the area, this barbecue and picnic area along the creek side, and new buildings. People will like it. It just, for some reason, as humans, we are drawn to that which looks pleasing and new and maintained. So I think that was the point.
And I hope that is going to come to fruition. As it is right now, we have amounts of legal dumping in our trash can. It's costing the housing authority hundreds of dollars every month to get rid of the trash that is coming from the hotel. The parking situation, they're parking on our property. And I hope that what I'm hearing today is true. And I just look forward to seeing this project move forward.
Thank you. What the city council is being asked to approve is not, what may happen or what might not happen. It's a very discrete plan that says what needs to happen. So the city council is asked to approve something that will beautify this area substantially, bring the buildings up to a new and aesthetically pleasing condition. So I appreciate Ms. Basua's concerns, but.
And we appreciate the staff's recommendation for approval very much. We just don't want to get locked into a situation where we're destined for failure. And I'm afraid that the very short timelines are that are a part of the general conditions are unfortunately going to push us into that. We don't want to get to the point where the consequences of our not being able to meet unrealistic timelines force us to have the permit revocated or anything like that. We want the project to move forward, but we feel that we need to modify the conditions so that is possible, so that we have a fair shot at achieving the goals that I think we all want, which is the project to finish and be completed and be much improved in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Mr. Murphy and Mr. Burns, if I can interject just for completeness, general condition number 6, the last full sentence says the city will not deem the condition violated so long as permittee is making a diligent and continuous effort to complete the project. All construction must be approved by the city and applicable Ventura County agencies prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. So it's not a hard stop at a year. It's also not a hard stop at 6 months under the plain language of the general condition. That being said, Mr. Burns cited a government code section earlier. I wonder if he could provide me with that code section. I will look at it as this public hearing continues and make a determination as to whether or not the 1-year provision should be amended.
Certainly, Mr. Spalding. That was Government Code 65589.5, Subdivision O.
Thank you, sir.
Subsection 1D. I think you're absolutely correct. You have accurately read the express language of that last sentence. The point I made is that I don't believe the city can give itself that kind of discretion and shorten that time frame, because once again, we'll run into that long back and forth we had when all those applications were going that took us to court and an actual bench trial. The city will not deem the condition violated so long as permittee is making a diligent and continuous effort to complete the project. That gives the city discretion to say, well, you did this and that, but you didn't move fast enough on this other area. We're going to deem it violated. And my goodness, now we're all back here again after 18 months or maybe 2 years, and things may have changed again. And there has been, I believe this is and Mr. Murphy, Mr. Thompson, correct me, I believe this is the 8th submission, each submission being comprised of hundreds and hundreds of pages. Mr. Stewart can probably tell us how much staff time that has taken with all of the back and forth. So if we can, I think the 2.5 years that the legislature put in the government code really needs to be the drop deadline if we need to have one in here. And I respect Councilmember Hernandez's request that we do.
Hi, Mayor Pro Tem Rollins. I have a comment. This is Misty Perez, Councilmember Perez.
Yes.
You can't see my camera, but I wanted to follow up. I meant to follow up my last comment, but my video doesn't work and you can't see me. To Mr. Stewart, I wanted to thank him for his explanation. I did that intentionally, already knowing the facts so that the public would understand where we're coming from and why we need to approve this. And I just wanted to say that although I agree this is necessary, with the final product, it would be very necessary to our community, beneficial in many ways. I'm hoping that we could have a copacetic relationship and everyone can work together regardless of what's happened in the past few years. We are here where we are now, and we need to do what's best to make sure this plan comes to fruition. But the parking issue is going to have to be readdressed. We can't do the parking the way that you're speaking, because what it's going to do is going to cause people to park in other communities and take up parking spaces that are already designated to other community members. So we're going to have to come up with a plan and a discussion to have a better parking plan than what's discussed here. But otherwise, I think we should move on from this and just get it approved. I don't know if there's anything else that needs to be said. And I know that code enforcement's going to have to stay on top of this and make sure everything's being done right, and we're just going to have to move forward professionally and make sure this is done properly.
I had just on the parking again, like the parking that is designated for the motel users are the apartment renters. Are they able to use those parking spaces if it's not filled to capacity, or no? Whoever's
Mr. Thompson, you should handle that. I think council members are referring to the parking in front of the hotel structure as being used by apartments.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly right. So basically it works the other way in the plan now. I'm not saying it has to. This is something that could be negotiated, but the proposal is that the parking spaces would be set aside continuously and exclusively for the motel. So if the motel were not full, you're asking, could the vacant spaces be used? But of course, that would vary on a day-to-day basis. So generally the answer is no. And the intention was that there'd be 28 residential parking spaces exclusively set aside for the apartment residents, and they would have parking placards. There's also 5 guest parking spaces for the residents. I mean, we could, under the parking plan and in agreement with your staff, reduce the guest parking even towards 0. And then you could pick up 5 more spaces for the residents. I mean, those are the first things that come to mind.
What has, from your past experience on this hotel, what's the occupancy rate for the hotel anyway? Is it 90%, 80%, 50%?
Paul, maybe you can help me with that one. I do believe it's about 90%.
It has been relatively full during the COVID pandemic. Where it will shake out once you have a brand new remodeled hotel and rates go up, rates will go up. The motel is not affordable per se. So it's the area is desirable that we suddenly have new landscaping. I think you'll see maybe a more seasonally adjusted occupancy. What that is right now, we're seeing a lot more motel uses as people are coming out of the COVID lockdown. What it'll be next year, we don't know. It's been high, but we think it will change when rates go up.
Yeah, my concern is that, and I'm not sure what the what's going to be inside these motel rooms, but if they're self-sufficient with refrigerators, stoves, ovens, you pretty much, and like from past experience, people pretty much live there longer than the 30 days because it's a pseudo apartment.
No kitchens are proposed.
Pardon me?
No kitchens are proposed.
No kitchens. Okay.
I understand that the parking is going to be taken care of by the applicant. That being said, I'd like to thank everybody that had the opportunity to give some valuable information. And I motion to approve the staff's recommendations.
I second.
Okay. Roll call vote.
Wait a minute, are there going to be any changes based on the discussion?
Councilmember Hernandez, this is Kevin Spalding. I'm currently looking at the statute right now. It's kind of having me jump all over the place. Subdivision O points back to paragraphs 2, 6, and 7, and subdivision D of another statute. So I'm trying to figure that out right now. Unless Mr. Burns has a more specific reference for me.
I apologize, Mr. Spalding. That was the reference I had to the GC. I think there was an offer on the table to allow the guest parking to be changed to assigned parking, if that would give the council some comfort. You'd then get 5 out of those 13 that did not have assigned parking would now have it. We'd be down to 8 units without parking. A lot of the affordable units, we have one extremely affordable. Some of those folks use public transportation. So that might help ameliorate the concern. And I would recommend to the applicant to do that if that's what the council wants. I would ask, and I apologize for giving Mr. Spalding an on-the-spot research project, but the 12 months and giving the city discretion we have had a hard time with that in the past, and we don't want to be back with a lapsed permit.
Yeah, so that's what I was referring to, the 6-month and 12-month timeframes. Was there any agreement, or is it possible that those could be changed, Mr. Stewart, or adjusted, or an extension of some sort?
The 6-month timeframe, my civil consultant tells me is absolutely impossible. There's no way he can have we're providing a sewer lift station on site that we maintain and provide to reroute our wastewater from the waste line that goes across Bubbling Springs Creek, and we're providing a lift station to pump it back up to the main in the street. And it's quite a complex mechanism. And my civil engineer is telling me that, and he's subcontracting that design out as well. He's telling me that 6 months is impossible to have that submitted by. So I don't want to set ourselves up for failure here. So I think we need to come to some sort of revision to the general requirements 6 and 7. Yes.
So can we vote on approval with the caveat that Mr. Stewart and the city will look into providing an additional time frame or new deadline, or the provisions for an extension, should that be necessary?
Laura, this is Tony. So let's assume that Kevin finds that we can go for less than 2.5 years. What would the council be comfortable with? Right now we're at 18 months. So would you be comfortable going with the 2.5 years as opposed to 1.5 years or 2 years?
Are you talking about the entire time period, or is that the period of the extension?
Well, the entire time period to complete the project.
Okay.
So
right now it's 18 months and the applicant's asking for 30 months.
Correct. Right, they're asking for 2.5 years, or yes. So if the council's comfortable with that, we can go ahead and amend condition number 6 accordingly. And Kevin stopped doing his research.
I'm just frustrated. I mean, this project's taken 8-9 years, you know, I mean, and there's nothing out there. So, I mean, I'm just voicing some frustration in general.
Right, and that was staff's concern. I'd like to correct Mr. Murphy's statements earlier that the reason why this that building H has been vacant for so long is because the applicant did not comply with the conditions of approval that were granted back in 2012 and vacate the rest of the site. That in turn led to basically where we are with regard to code enforcement action and going to court. And so as we've mentioned in the past, there have been some concerns about making sure that the project is completed this time. We'd like to give the applicant the benefit of the doubt that it will be. And therefore, we had originally mentioned the 18 months, but again, if the council is comfortable, again, we can amend that condition of approval to extend it out. I would recommend probably no more than 2.5 years. Again, with the caveat that if the applicant is doing due diligence to get the project completed, we can work with them past that 2.5 year time frame.
I'm fine with that.
All right, I've done as much research as I think I'm going to get done during the public hearing. My interpretation of the relevant government code section basically has to do with when the applicant can be required to comply with ordinances and policies that were implemented or promulgated after the development permit has been granted. And usually that can take place within, if no construction has been completed within 2.5 years. That, in my opinion, has to do with when new requirements can be imposed. However, I can understand, and it would be, I don't have time to research this entirely. I would recommend, in an abundance of caution, and so that we can get moving forward with this project, that we amend condition 6 to include the 2.5-year mark.
Okay.
The applicant would certainly agree with that, and act in good faith to get all of those engineered and building plans in as soon as possible.
I hope you can understand our hesitancy, with the extending the time frame based on the history here. So as much as I want to see, improvement in the area, and I know a lot of residents want to see improvement in that area, I just hope that you guys come through.
We want to see improvement also.
Does Bobby need to amend his motion?
Bobby, do you want to amend it to make it a 2.5-year?
Yeah, I'll amend my motion, considering that they don't think they can get it done in a 1.5 years. I'd still encourage them to do their best.
Absolutely.
I don't think there's anything wrong with aiming high. So, anyways, I motion to continue with our attorney's recommendations.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Tim Rollins?
Yes.
And Mayor Gama is abstained from this vote, per the record. Motion passes by majority vote.
Congratulations.
Thank you, members of the council. Chair Pro Tem Rollins. We'll get to work on this.
Thank you. Looking forward to seeing your progress.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be visiting
Look forward
it.
to a new start.
Okay. So we should probably wait for Mayor Gama to come back in to continue the meeting. He is back. His mic is still closed.
I've invited him to unmute his mic.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing your progress.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for allowing me back. We are now going to move on to item number 8.
We should probably wait for Mayor Gama to come back in to continue the meeting.
I am here. Can you hear me?
He is back.
We can hear you, Mayor. I think someone has the meeting on in the background, so we have a slight delay and it's being recorded by the open mic.
He's back.
Okay, can everyone mute their mics, please? So we can, okay, is there that delay feedback problem still? Okay, Charles, do we have? Thank you for allowing me back. We are now going to move on to item number 8.
I will mute everybody's mic, Mayor.
Okay, how are we doing now?
Sounds great. I don't hear any feedback.
Yes, I think I was the cause of that problem. I apologize. Learning as we go. Okay, so we are now going to move on to item 8. We're going to consider adopting a resolution granting a special use permit number 22-21 for the Vita Cannabis Cultural and Sales Event. The hearing is now opened at 9:03 p.m. Do any members of the council have any conflicts to disclose? Madam Clerk, do you have proof of publication as required by law?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do we have a complete file of reports and exhibits?
Yes, sir.
Will staff please present the report? It's my understanding that Tony Stewart, Director of Community Development, will make the presentation. Thank you, Tony.
Yes, thank you. And good evening again, everybody. I'm glad we got through the last item fairly well. And so moving on to this one. This is an application by Dan Perez for Vita's Cannabis Cultural and Sales Event Special Use Permit to be held at Parking Lot C. The next slide, please. A little too fast. First, before I get into the specifics, I want to remind the City Council that earlier this year, back in late winter, you approved a similar type of event from the Earth team. However, they never held that event. So if this event is approved and takes place, it would actually be the first cannabis sales and use event to be held at the beach. So the applicant is proposing this event to be in Beach Parking Lot C on December 4th and December 5th. December 4th from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. and the 5th from 12 a.m. To 5 p.m. He's expecting approximately 500 to 1,000 attendees per day. No one under 21 would be allowed. There will be a mix of cannabis and non-cannabis vendors, for instance, hemp, clothing, informational booths, as well as food vendors, food trucks at the event. There will be on-site consumption proposed, but it would only be allowed in the VIP lounges, which will be fully enclosed tents that are odor-free and secure. And there'll be a DJ set up at the southeast corner of Parking Lot C, furthest away from the residences. Next slide, please. The applicant will provide his own security. They'll have guards at the entrance to the lot, as well as at the consumption lounges to ensure the folks entering and exiting the lounges are of age, are not intoxicated, are not bringing out open containers, etc., as well as security throughout the event. Attendees are going to be checked in by guard at the entrance to Lot C. No outside cannabis or alcohol is allowed. In fact, due to state regulations, no alcohol is allowed at all in the event. The event will comply with all COVID restrictions. The applicant will be using the state's metric point of sale system to track all sales. And 5% of the gross revenues will go towards the city's general fund, as well as 1% towards local charities. Also want to point out that Mr. Perez is one of the few holders in the state of cannabis event licenses. So this is the layout of Parking Lot C as the applicant has proposed it, where you've got at the bottom in the middle the entrance, food vendors on either side, so that would be towards the west of the parking lot. The center part would be basically open for the vendor areas. There'll be security basically at the northeast corner of the site, and they'll have VIP tents on the east and the south portions of the site. And you see the blue DJ box there in the southeast corner. Next slide, please. As you're well aware, an SUP is required for this event because it is proposed at the beach. And as I mentioned, the previously approved from the earth consumption event did not occur, so therefore this would be the first one to occur if it's approved. And the project is considered exempt under the California Environmental Quality Act because it's a temporary minor use. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, fiscal impact, there'd be a minimum of 5% of the cannabis business sales going towards the general fund. Revenue from the use of the city's paid parking spaces, and the applicant would also be required to pay for any costs incurred by city staff and our resources. Next slide. And so therefore it's recommended that the City Council adopt a resolution that conditionally approves SUP number 22-21. And with that, concludes my presentation and open for any questions. And the applicant, Mr. Perez, I believe, is also still on the meeting as well, in case you have questions of him. Thank you.
Any questions from staff?
Yes,
Go ahead, please.
a few of us do. I don't know who was first, if myself or
Go ahead,
Councilmember.
You were.
Councilmember Perez.
You
Okay.
were,
So I
Councilmember
have,
Perez.
thank you. I have a couple of concerns. I'm not necessarily against a farmer's market per se. My concern comes in with the use on site. Now, California law prohibits use in public places, specifically smoking marijuana in an area that it's already considered, it's already, banned, which is our beach area. And I understand special permits apply to allow exception to these laws. But my concern comes in is that this is close to a residential area. Mr. Stewart mentioned no intoxication, but is that really the case? If they're allowed to test this product on site, then they are essentially possibly becoming intoxicated. And there is still a DUI issue with them leaving while intoxicated, coming out to a public place after trying out the product, and then getting in their vehicle, which is a DUI. So this is concerns that I have of them actually using on site, so near a residential area and in a public place where we have banned smoking, and then thereby walking out, being intoxicated in public, and then possibly getting a vehicle. So these are some current concerns I have. If anyone would like to respond to those or address those.
I'd like to have Mr. Perez address this. He does have a plan in place with regard to this, and he's got some details in his application he could share with you as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, as far as it's not necessarily just a cannabis consumption event, it's also a culture. Besides cannabis, there will also be vegan food, there will be hemp clothing. It's expressing a culture. We also intend to have local farmers present at our event. And as far as leaving intoxicated, absolutely, they will be consumed, but I don't feel any different from a restaurant or from a bar. When people go into their restaurants, they're consuming alcohol, and they're also getting in their vehicle and driving away. Same thing at a bar. But what we are going to do, all the cannabis vendors that participate are all licensed with the state, and they're all trained to look for people that are under the influence. So, and also to our security will also be looking for any signs of intoxication. We also will have Lyft and Uber available. We even have where they agreed to give us a discount anyone that uses their services during our event. And it's not necessarily come and smoke and get high. No, it's like a farmer's market where you can come and you can sample a variety of different types of cannabis products, not just smoking, but also to the edibles. There will also be products for pets. So as far as someone, it's not like again, like an event where people just come to smoke and get high. That's not our intention. Our intention is to show a culture, and also to have people that have never been around cannabis come and also to experience the culture of cannabis.
Well, I understand that it's not your intention, and I know that it's going to be a multicultural use type of event, which, it's that's fine and all, but let's not be naive not to think that there will be people looking for that specific thing. And how is that going to be moderated? How is that going to be, how are you going to deal with that issue? Because there will be people looking for that specific thing, and there will be going there to do that specific thing. And it's a little different than a bar. I mean, because this is a city sanctioned event that we're giving approval for, with the foreknowledge of knowing that people will be consuming marijuana in a public place and that we are giving our permission to. So we have to take it into a little bit of consideration aside from somebody going into a bar or a restaurant and having a beer. So this reflects on us. So we have to look at all of these factors and how they're going to affect everything, our city, what type of events we have and the community, how they're going to feel, the ones that live right across from where this is going to happen. This is probably going to cause a lot of issues that we have to look at.
Yes, correct. And it is a state license too. So the state is also aware of the activity that they license us for. That's why this particular license allows different activities. On-site consumption is what the license allows. But every sale of cannabis still has to go through the state's track and trace system. That's why everyone that participates as far as cannabis has to be a licensed retailer.
Thank you.
Mr. Perez, how much do you think you guys are expecting to earn in this event?
I have no idea because it'll be the first in the state. There's been other events under this license in the state, but on fairgrounds. And even since the license was made available, I believe about 4 or 5 years ago, even though the only ones that have been on state fairgrounds since the creation of this particular license, there's only been, I would say 10 on state fairgrounds, but there's never been one off the state fairgrounds. About 2 years ago, or about 2 or 3 years ago, the state has said that people holding this particular license no longer have to be on state property. We can, off the fairgrounds. Initially, when the license first came out, it was only allowed on fairgrounds. Then about 3 years ago, the state said, we no longer have to be just on fairgrounds. But what we do need, and so the state said, here's your license, but the only thing is you have to get a letter of approval from the city where you want to hold your event.
So if I can speak on some of the concerns from Council Member Perez and Martinez, what I've noticed thus far, and I'm going to use the analogy that Mr. Perez used, is there is no difference between people visiting a bar because we expect our public to self-regulate in their consumption, whether it be alcohol or cannabis, especially when they're driving home and actually using designated drivers. We find that to be very common, especially with cannabis users. In the 3 years that we've had cannabis in our city, we've had 22 DUI-related collisions involving alcohol, but we haven't had any involving cannabis thus far. So what we're finding is many of our cannabis users and buyers actually have a higher level of responsibility when it comes to a usage of this substance. As it relates to the neighbors and the neighborhood, we do have conditions on this permit that if at any time the smell of cannabis becomes a nuisance to the adjacent residents, that we have the control or the authority to close the entire event or a portion of the event, which is actually creating the nuisance. So with that, I think I've addressed some of the questions by the council people.
I think our mayor is still unmuted. I'm sorry, Councilman Martinez, were you done?
I guess I just wanted to add, so we had already approved something similar to this in the past. I don't see why we wouldn't approve something similar to something that we had already approved before, right?
I don't remember approving it.
Well, that was the From the Earth organization, right? That had requested a festival. I just don't recall the From the Earth Festival having on-site consumption. Did we approve that?
It was going to be inside Ocean View Pavilion.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Right.
So,
a private place.
Council Member Martinez, do you have any additional questions?
No, I think I'm good. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay,
Donald.
Councilmember Hernandez.
I wanted to continue that conversation if I might. So are we saying that the Ocean View Pavilion event that would have been organized by From the Earth was going to have consumption indoors? Consumption lounges indoors? Because I think that's the critical piece of this approval is the consumption outdoors, which we've encountered a couple of times. But I told Mr. Stewart, can you tell us, was that part of the From the Earth proposal?
I'm looking that up right now as
Okay.
we speak.
Okay.
So,
And while you're doing that, I just wanted to, rather than say this is like coming from a bar or coming from a restaurant, I see it more like a festival where you have beer gardens and people self-regulate, or they're supposed to self-regulate. And anybody who can't exercise moderation are usually flagged by other individuals or people who are running the beer garden. From what I heard from Mr. Perez, your vendors are well trained in identifying people who might be overindulging, but are they prepared and are they encouraged to flag these people somehow and prevent them from getting in their cars if they so just choose to do so? Is that an understanding? Do they have an understanding that they are responsible for making sure that people exercise, that they are safe and behave safely when they leave?
Yes. The security too is we'll have to contact those individuals, and they'll arrange for Uber or Lyft. But again, our whole intention, and also too with the participants, I'm sure they will not want something to ruin this event. For opposite, what we want is we want this event to be successful, everyone have a great time. And if we approve to the mayor and the council and to the city that we can have this event and turn out fine with no issues, we'd like to ask to continue having the events. So with that said, we feel that all the vendors that participate will definitely be looking out to make sure that there is no reason why we would not be permitted to do this event again. Everyone, not just the event holders ourselves, but also to all the vendors. They do kind of have something at stake here. Again, we want to be able to show, and along with the vendors participate, that everyone will be responsible, and everyone will have a good time and want to come back to another event.
And I don't know if you do these, Chief, and I don't know if this is something that's part of the planning process, but some kind of safety briefing or some kind of event briefing with all the vendors. Is it possible something like that can take place to explain people, this is the position we want you to have. We want to encourage people to have a good time, but we need to also be on the lookout for people who may be taking advantage of the situation. So I really just hope that that's foremost on their minds. And that we're not assuming they're thinking that way, that you're actually instructing them to be more conscientious of people who are overindulging or taking advantage of the situation. I think the residents would be more comfortable knowing that. I would be more comfortable knowing that. Not that it's just taken for granted, but that there's actually, it's intentional that you're encouraging people to look out for this.
So this is the Chief of Police. Just for information, we did make Mr. Perez actually cut the event in half so he could have better control, since this is the very first time that we are doing this type of event, especially as it involves consumption. In regards to security briefings, we're also going to mandate Mr. Perez to pay for 2 officers on site to assist with security and monitor the event. Again, because this is the first time we're having this type of event, and that will include a security briefing with all of Mr. Perez's personnel. It should be noted that Mr. Perez actually owns a security company which specializes in cannabis security and at several of our dispensaries here in Hueneme. So they are very well versed on dealing with cannabis consumers and those that are actually going into our retail shops. And so they do have a deep experience as it relates to that. And I will concur with you, it is very similar to the Hueneme Beach Festival. When we sell alcohol, we expect our patrons to self-regulate and do the right thing, and that we are also there to help monitor that environment.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And I do remember you, Mr. Perez, you were before us a couple of years back when we were just starting out with cannabis events. And I think you were one of the first people to propose an event in our city. So welcome back.
Thank you.
The one thing I did notice in my question, if I could ask one more, is the VIP tents. I noticed there were 3 of them. Are those all consumption tents?
Yes, there's no consumption outside.
I realize that. Just answer my question, please. Are those all 3 consumption tents?
Yes.
Yes? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
That's all the consumption will only be done within the tents. And actually, they will be filtered. And I talked with some of people that do cultivation, and I figured they'd be the ones that go to know what sort of filters to use to prevent odor from escaping. And so they've suggested I use particular filters, which we will be using. Also, too, one other thing is that all the cannabis vendors, we also be providing the list to the chief and also to Tony Stewart. The state requirement is any cannabis vendor, we have to give their name and license. The state wants to know who's participating in this and their license number. Anything that is delivered to the event, we need to know what cultivator it came from, what manufacturer it came from, and their state license, and who delivered, who brought it. Also the distributor that brought it to the event, we need his license, his name.
Yeah.
It has to be tested, and everything has to be tested. And again, we got everyone's license numbers and names. So it's not like we're just saying, hey, any retailer, you come. No,
and I don't think that's what we're saying at all. I think we're more concerned about the participants. And we know we got the vendors are well licensed and certified. Yeah. And I just lost my screen. Okay. I'm frozen.
Yes, you are, but we can still hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm done. I've said my piece. Thank you.
Mayor Ghani, you're on mute, sir.
You're on mute now, Stephen. Okay, do you want me to speak? Because you're on mute.
Okay, I keep being not allowed to unmute. I apologize. Mr. Rollins, the floor is yours.
All righty. I get a little bit of a crack up on the culture. You know, this is a cultural festival because I think primarily the people that are going there, the attraction is that they can go and smoke or take edibles in this location. And I think that's probably one of the prime motivators of the organizers, because if it wasn't, then that element would not be there. We would just have a farmer's market where people could learn about marijuana and all these different things. So I think one of the strong motivations is that the fact that they are going to be able to go there and smoke or take the gummy bears or whatever. The other concern that I'm of this coming up is the fact that, like, generally speaking, in my younger days, you go there and you partake in the stuff, and then you go directly outside to listen to the music and stuff. And I'll be very concerned as to, like, people extending the product outside while they're listening to the music, which is also part of the experience per se. The third thing I would ask is, I think, and help me, city attorney, is there some kind of a law that makes the organizer responsible? I know, like when you go to a bar, if you drink too much, there's new laws that they're somewhat held liable, or for that matter, even if you're a local resident and people drink too much and get into an accident, that they're held liable. What is the insurance and the liability and all of that regarding this particular event if by chance somebody does smoke too much and gets out and drives by and knocks over somebody?
Mayor Pro Tem, I would need to look into that. The laws to which you're referring are called dram shop acts, and they're laws that impose liability on businesses where people become intoxicated and leave, and it essentially imposes a duty upon a landowner or a business owner who renders somebody intoxicated or assists in it and doesn't take preventative measures. The city of Port Hueneme, off the top of my head, has a social host ordinance, which I'm not sure would apply to this vendor, but it would need to be something I'd need to look into. I would venture to guess that the organizers of the event could find themselves liable in a negligence action, but it wouldn't necessarily be a statutory law imposed against them.
So if somebody smokes, gets intoxicated, drives of a city-sponsored event, is there any kind of liability insurance right now? I'm concerned, like say with JPIA, have they endorsed this type of event? Because ultimately the city is the deep pockets, and JPI, I guess, would be the deep pockets if something were to happen.
I think it's important to distinguish, this is not a city-sponsored event. This is a special use permit. So we're not putting on the event. We're simply allowing it to take place. In addition, that we run into sovereign immunity issues. Being a government and this being a discretionary action, it's very likely that we would not be liable for it anyway. But those are all things I would need to evaluate.
Yeah, I mean, that's a real sensitive issue. I would hope that, I guess if we are to approve it conditionally, that you would check that out, because I would, heaven forbid, would do an event, well-meaning event, and then somebody gets hurt, and then the city gets a major claim against us because it's maybe not a city sponsored, but we in fact approved it on city facilities.
I understand the sentiment, but we approved several things for which we are not liable nightly at these meetings, and it's liability, in my opinion, is so remote on this hypothetical. The beach festival, for example, we were exposed to far more liability with a beer garden than we would be on this.
Yes, we were. And then, are you done, Mr. Rollins? Sorry.
No, I did have one more question here. And that's on, I guess it's a reference to what the chief had mentioned, that in a period of time, there was a number of DUIs based on alcohol, but there weren't any under the influence under cannabis. But then also, there's no way to test whether somebody is under the influence of cannabis on the spot, like you can do that for somebody drinking. You could do a blood test level right there, and if you're under, I think, point whatever, you're considered under the influence. If someone was to be stopped, there's no way to determine that. Am I wrong or right?
So this is Police Chief Salinas. You are correct. There's not a specific scientific test like a blood alcohol machine. So what officers use is they use objective symptomology, the subject's admissions, as well as divided attention exercises. And that's how they get a case against somebody for driving under the influence of cannabis.
But there's never been any time that you've actually arrested somebody for that, ever?
No, so you can arrest somebody for being under the influence of cannabis, for being intoxicated. There's just not a specific scientific test which measures how much cannabis they have in their system. So we have to use objective symptomology and divided attention exercises to prove that they are unable to safely operate a motor vehicle. And that's how we're able to file charges in those types of cases.
But I think under your own admission, there's never been a case in Port Hueneme that you've found somebody under the influence of cannabis so much that they couldn't drive for the past 5-6 years. Is that correct or not?
To date, that's in reference to anybody being involved in a collision as it relates to a cannabis. To date, I'm only aware of one such arrest, of which I actually made and stopped a driver who was driving erratically, and we subsequently determined that he was under the influence of cannabis.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Rollins. So I think we all remember the movie Fast Times at Ridgemont High, and definitely Spicoli was under the influence when he fell out of the van. So I think there is a method to identify people who are under the influence. The problem I have is that we passed an ordinance, no smoking at the beach. And during the beach festival, we had Cannabis Cove, I believe it was called, and it wasn't consumption. It was shop and get a coupon and pick up your product on your way out, I believe, from Ocean View Pavilion. So I'm just trying to square in my mind how we are going to work around that ordinance of no smoking at the beach. Secondly, when I hear odor control, I'm not going to name the restaurant, but there is a restaurant that I go to here in town, and the wall, on the other side of the wall, is a dispensary, and, you know, smells like really good bud in there. It smells like weed, and so it does come through the wall. So if people are consuming in a tent, I don't see how you could regulate that. And then lastly, I was very concerned about the beach festival. And my concerns were not, they didn't come to fruition. And I was so impressed with our residents and our visitors. I think I only saw 1 or 2 people smoking a cigarette. I saw no consumption of cannabis in and around the event. And so I felt like my fears were a little bit over the top. And I was really pleased the way people behave themselves. And I did witness one person that did not self-regulate with his beer consumption, and he was dealt with appropriately. So I would be gun-ho to go vote yes for this, except for the on-site consumption, because we have an ordinance of no smoking at the beach. So how are we ignoring this ordinance in this application?
Mayor Gama?
Yes.
I don't think we're ignoring it because smoking is allowed in the parking lots. Not on the beach, but in the parking lots. It's right? Am I right on that?
And regardless, the Business and Professions Code Section 26200 allows a special permit to allow this. I already checked earlier.
Okay. Well, I still don't think, I just don't like the consumption part because of the odor and the like. So I was under the impression that the parking lot is the beach, but I think you are correct that technically you can't smoke in the parking lot, which explains why we find cigarette butts and blunt bunts in the parking lot all the time during beach cleanup. So,
But you're not allowed to smoke cannabis in the parking lots anyway.
Yeah. I'd like to move to approve, please. Move this along.
I'll second.
The motion to approve.
Madam Clerk, may we have a roll call vote, please? Or actually, are there any public comments?
No, sir. There are no public comments for this item unless anybody from the public attending would like to comment.
Anybody from the public attending, please raise your hand. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, may we take a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
It says online that she left the meeting, so I think she may have been disconnected.
Okay, I'll give her a minute. Mayor Pro Tem Rollins?
Yes.
And Mayor Gama?
No. Is
Okay.
Councilmember Perez back?
She says her computer shut down and she's coming back online.
Okay, so in a situation like this, the motion will carry regardless of her vote. And let me admit her back in. There she is. Hello, Councilmember Perez. Would you like to vote? Yes or no?
Councilmember Perez, the rest of the council has voted. If you would like to submit your vote, you're on mute.
Sorry, I could not unmute myself. I have an issue with the consumption part.
Vote your conscience.
It's 3-1 right now.
Yeah, so I guess it won't matter. No.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Motion passes 3-2.
All right, we are now moving on to item number 9, a business item, resolution authorizing the city manager or his designee to execute a 25-year general lease with the California State Lands Commission for submerged public lands beneath Port Hueneme Pier. Who would have thought you have to lease the sand underneath the pier? City Manager Connors is going to explain this to us.
Actually, Mayor, I'm going to defer to our city attorney.
Okay, it's pretty complicated stuff, huh?
Thank you. Actually, submerged lands beneath navigable waterways is really interesting stuff in the law. It has to do with the equal footing doctrine and the way the 13 colonies were admitted to the United States.
Okay, Kevin. You're way into it.
The state of Nevada is still fighting about it, but I digress. So when states enter the union, they regain title from the federal government to the submerged lands beneath the waterways, navigable waterways at the time of statehood. The state governments in turn have to hold this land and the waters available for the public trust, basically to protect recreational uses for the benefit of all residents and all citizens. And so from the high water mark on the tide line to out to the continental shelf, the state owns the land and cannot sell it, and they have to use it for the public's benefit. So we can own the pier, but the state owns the land underneath it, and they can't sell it to us, so we have to lease it in long-term leases. That's the way it all works, and it's subject to the public trust doctrine. Essentially, the time has come around again for us to renew our lease with the California State Lands Commission. This lease is a 25-year lease. It's pretty much the only way to retain the land beneath the pier. In the event the lease is terminated, we would have to turn the submerged lands back to their natural state. And in addition, with respect to this lease and these submerged lands, we are required over the course of 25 years to prepare numerous reports, from things from like engineering reports and structural analysis to seawater rise and things of that nature, environmental concerns. And for the privilege of having this land, we are required to pay the California State Lands Commission $25,000 so that they can review the reports that we've created for them. And so this is what every agency does when they deal with state public lands and leasing them from the state government. And it's just something we have to do if we still want a pier.
So is that $25,000 for the 25-year lease?
No, they are not charging us for the lease. And there are some triggering events, like if we charge to gain access to the pier, then they can charge us for the lease for the pier. That $25,000 over the course of 25 years is to pay for state government employees' time in reviewing the reports that they require us to send them.
That's awesome.
So they are allowed to give us unfunded mandates like the Public Records Act, for which we can't collect our time in doing it. But if we want the state to review reports that they require of us, we have to pay for it.
Do we get to make installment payments, or is it one lump sum?
I don't actually know offhand. I believe it's one lump sum to just offset it. I think it goes in a trust. Or it's $1,000 a year. Perhaps if Lupe's on, perhaps she can clear that up.
Why can't we just buy it and keep it?
Because that would violate the public trust doctrine. The government is responsible for holding the land in trust for the benefit of all members of the public, not just one. The state of Illinois tried to do this with a port on the Great Lakes about 60 years ago and got slapped down pretty good.
So this is an item that comes up every 25 years is what I'm hearing.
That's correct.
And so when somebody says, well, you know, we actually lease the pier from the state, that's not accurate.
Right. We own the pier. We don't own the land.
Okay. Okay. Are there any other questions for our city attorney, Kevin Spaulding? Hearing none, may we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, can you please take a roll call vote?
It may have been a bit of a tie for that second motion, but I'll go Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Perez.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
Yes.
And Mayor Gama.
Yes, and so who owns the fishing pole I lost when I was like 7 years old and it sunk to the bottom?
I believe you still do, but there's a whole thing called finder's law. So if somebody found that, there's a whole series of laws that apply to that as well.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
do we just own the sand area? Does it extend out to the water? Like where does the
most that we can potentially own, it has to do with the drift mark on high tide. So where the debris line is along the sand, where the high tide mark is, everything below that out to the continental shelf is owned by the state. So anything that's dry sand that never finds water can be owned privately, but anything below the high water mark is state-owned land, all the way up and down the coast, unless maybe Nav-based Ventura County and Point Mugu would be slightly different in that those are federal enclaves, and there might be different rules relating to those.
But interesting enough, the Bard family did own the beach, Hollywood Beach, Silver Strand Beach, and Wainimi Beach, as where Ventura and Channel Islands hit the ocean. And then I think there came some new laws with public access and stuff. So it's really interesting. I can see why you get all excited, Kevin. All right, we're going to move on to city manager comments and reports. At this time, we'll hear comments and reports from our city manager, Britt Connors.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Mayor, I do have a mildly, gently used fishing pole, and I'd be happy to give to you so that you can continue to fish at will. That notwithstanding, a couple quick updates. Our mayor and our deputy city manager went to San Diego 2 weeks ago to receive an award that the city won for being extraordinary and the best in performance. There it is. For our general liability claims. I can't remember the exact number, but that represents almost a 500% improvement year to year. So that was a great moment for the city, and we're moving in the right directions. And our risk management, as I know, it was one of the passions for our mayor. I wanted to refresh on Bubbling Springs, our channel. We briefed it a couple of sessions ago, but since it becomes up on public comments fairly routinely, we do have a project in work. We're in the environmental permitting process. We should have that wrapped up and begin mitigation on the reeds towards the end of this year, somewhere in December timeframe, I would think. So there is an active project going on right now to remedy the reed issue and the trash issue that's collected in the reeds over time. I wanted to make everybody aware that today our public health official, Dr. Levin, renewed a mask mandate for indoors. And instead of having a target date for termination, 3 factors were introduced. One of them is the case rate has to be below 7. We're currently at 9.5 and sustained for 3 weeks. We have to have what they call a low and stable hospitalization of COVID-19 patients. There's currently 34 in hospitals out of a total of 152 beds. I don't know exactly what low and stable is. And then the last condition is that we either need complete 80% vaccination in the county or for kids 5 to 11, there has to be an approved emergency vaccination program for them, and then another 8 weeks after that date. So there's several factors now in determining out those indoor mandates. And with that, I will pass it back to you, Mayor, for your finales.
Yeah, council member reports and comments. We'll start with Council Member Hernandez. I don't see you on my dais.
I'm here.
Oh, you are.
I'm here. Okay, thank you. Yes, just real quick, I have a number of things I just wanted to cover. I did attend the RDP strategic planning meeting, and at that meeting, there was some discussion about the status of the beach replenishment program and what's going to happen in our next dredging cycle. So Susie Watkins is going to be consulted on that. And then at the general meeting, we heard a presentation from Jean Fisher, who talked about the history of RDP 21 and all the other organizations that are affiliated with RDP 21, which I thought was very interesting and a good overview. I also attended the Southern California Edison Government Advisory Panel. That's the panel for Northwest members, which includes, I think, San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, Ventura County. And most of their discussion centered on public safety power shutoffs and how they're working very hard to give more advanced warning and to avoid certain areas and to maintain their equipment so there are fewer PSPSs. VRSD, Ventura Regional Sanitation District, we did a SWOT analysis on the organization, and we'll be reviewing the goals and objectives that come out of that in an upcoming meeting. I also attended the Summit for Water Sustainability. We talked about that at the PHWA meeting this evening. There's also another workshop coming up on the 21st, which I hope to attend, and that's on that's the annual symposium, the AWA annual symposium. I did listen in on the Port Government Affairs Committee, in which they reviewed the list of projects has submitted to them. So I understand they'll be getting back to us on that. I was asked to speak once. I told them I was there and not representing the city council, but I was just listening in for my information. But I was asked to make a clarification on our position regarding the monument. So I did the best I could. And then I did attend movie night at Boca Park for just a quick few minutes to meet with residents who were concerned about the traffic around Boca Park. And they were supposed to be present tonight during public comment, but I'm thinking that maybe they got an answer to their questions and concerns, and hopefully they're going to get the speed bump issue addressed. I'm not sure where that is, but I'll probably be speaking to the city manager about that in the near future. And then finally, we were remiss at our last meeting because we forgot, or maybe we didn't, but I forgot to acknowledge Christy, our city clerk, Christy Bucks-Kemper, for the award that she won. She earned the designation of Certified Municipal Clerk, which is awarded by the International Institute of Municipal Clerks Incorporated. So I wanted to say congratulations and thank you for representing us so well. This is a 14,000 member organization. It's an international organization of municipal clerks founded in 1947. So I think that's quite an honor. So congratulations. And we're all, I know, so very proud of you. And that concludes my report or my comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Perez.
Yes, I don't have any committees to speak on. My EDC committee is coming up this week, so hopefully something interesting to report on that. But I do want to say congratulations to Christy as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez.
All right, hello everyone. I don't think I have any comments other than I was told that Oxnard is getting into the helical site, and they've started cleaning it up. And so I don't know if that's true or not, but that's just what I've heard. And I was wondering if I don't know, I just feel like we probably need to do something so that we have better communication with Oxnard, because projects like those will definitely affect us. I don't know if city staff can say any comments, if they heard anything, if they talked to the Oxnard city manager. Other than that, I guess just wanted to make sure like we have updates on like the volunteer program. I know Kevin was working on some of the wording so that we can get our volunteer program going. Also just wanted to make sure that we're still on to put up the volleyball courts next month, on the beginning of next month. And then if they're still, or when the city's gonna have the report on where we can and where we should be putting speed bumps. So, I mean, and these are just comments. Again, I'm not requesting anything for future agenda items.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Rollins, where are you?
I am here. We've had a number of different presentations on the benefit that the Hueneme Beach has to our tourism, and as an attraction, as a reason for people to come to Port Hueneme. And I have been reminded by some people that we have very little signage that shows people where Hueneme Beach is from as we enter either Ventura Road or even as we enter from Hueneme Road, the two locations when we first come into the city. And I don't think we need a report, but I would like to see staff look into the possibility of doing some beach signage to show people where Hueneme Beach is, especially since it's a south-facing beach and people may not know how to get there. And we have no signage to this point. And perhaps even some signage outside of the city that may require some other kinds of permits and checks, from different organizations. But again, I would like to see some kind of signage to show the fine asset that we do have. The second thing, I did attend Ventura County Air Pollution Board last week, and I just want to recommend to staff to look into, they do have grants for electric blowers, would cause less pollution within our community when we're using it to keep our facilities clean. And there, I know the city of Ojai, in fact, applied for a grant and got electric blowers to keep, to keep down the pollution in that particular city. So those are the two areas that I want to discuss tonight.
Thank you. I want to piggyback on the signage regarding Hueneme Beach. There is a sign on the freeway that says Port of Hueneme or Port Hueneme. Regardless, again, it's focusing attention on the Port of Hueneme. And I think bringing attention to the beach, Hueneme Beach is a very, very good measure. Because all the time I run into people on the beach and they say, I never knew there was a pier here, or I never knew there was a beach here, and I've lived here for a very long time. So I think that's a very topical thing that we'll be talking about here in the near future.
I just missed Mayor Pro Tem's Rollins' recommendation, but I had some discussions with the city manager regarding that sign already. So hopefully it's in the works.
Okay. So this week during beach cleanup, a lady whom I've never seen, never met, came up to me and she saw our buckets and she said, This beach is so clean. It's the cleanest beach I've been to. And I just am so thrilled to be here. And my husband comes here and she goes, what are these buckets for? And we had a nice conversation, but you know, all we can do is take care of our environment and take care of ourselves. And if we all just do a little bit, we can make a great destination. And I'm just so proud of the fact that over the last 5 years, and it started with Council Member Hernandez and I doing the California Coastal Cleanup 5 years ago. And we learned some things in that first time. And since that time, we've just made an amazing difference. And it's awesome when people recognize the fact that our beach is very clean. So hats off to Anne, was her name. I'm wearing a pink shirt tonight, and I want to mention the first names of all the females that I've known that have endured breast cancer. Michelle, Holly, Ramona's my sister, Rachel, my cousin, Lisa, my neighbor, Wendy, a co-worker, Gabriella, a friend, Heidi, another friend, Shelly, a co-worker, Carolyn, a friend's wife, Joanne, a family friend, and Tony. Of these 13 women, 4 of them passed away due to breast cancer. And so I wear this pink shirt tonight in honor of all of them, and to anybody out there suffering from breast cancer and any cancer for that matter. Do your best to enjoy your life and endure the things that you have to do to continue on. Second thing I'd like to talk about, or the third thing, is last week or 2 weeks ago in our meeting, I think I did a terrible job of trying to lead a discussion or make a comment about our unfunded liability. And it's really important to me because it is a risk management issue. And it's a risk management issue that falls under the category of financing, risk financing. How do we finance those obligations that we made to people? And as we learned from our CAFR, we have surplus funds. Those surplus funds sit in the county treasury. And I do the books for the VFW, and we have $10,000 in the bank in a savings account, and it earned 9 cents of interest last month, okay? So when you think about all those surplus funds we have sitting in the county treasurer earning 9 cents of interest per $10,000, you know, it's what we call an opportunity missed. And so 3 years ago, we, as a new council, we were very relieved to know that the prior council did something that was extremely beneficial, and they established a 115 trust. And that is an amazing feat, and we should be indebted to them for looking forward. And they deposited $1.8 million into that trust as seed money. And so in the almost 4 years that trust has been established, that $1.8 million has grown to $3.4 million. That's incredible. And you can't get that kind of rate of return from the county treasury. So it's been 3 years that we've been on city council. I brought this up in our very first meeting, and we have surplus funds, and we haven't contributed any money into that trust since me being on this council. So that's 3 years. And so our payments are said to be doubling in the very near future. I think our payments this year are about $3 million a year. They say it's going to top out at about $4.5 million a year. And these payments are due for the next 10 years until we would satisfy that unfunded liability. So we could either do nothing and have to come up with additional revenue to cover that cost, or we could take surplus funds and put them in the trust and earn good earnings like we did over the last 3 years. I mean, growing 1.8 million to 3.4 million, that's amazing. That's great. And so we have tools that are free. There's an organization called the Retirement Security Initiative. It's a nonprofit. It's a national bipartisan advocacy organization. Pete Constrat, he's available to help us construct a plan. When we attended California League of Cities in Sacramento, I attended a session on Section 115 Trust. And yes, when you put money in the trust, it could only be used for pension liability, which is a good thing because that means we're saving for our rainy day. And so if we could capture the opportunities that are here right now to earn more on our surplus funds, then now's the time to do it. And I want future councils 10 years from now, 20 years from now, to look back and say, these guys were thinking ahead and they did something that has the value of time working for it. And so there's a city, Sausalito. Sausalito achieved 95% funding status, and they're a small city. And then COVID hit, and Sausalito is a city that gets 65% of their revenue from tourism tax, from hotels, because they have a lot of hotels in their little city. And so they were able to get to 95%. COVID came, hotel revenue went down, and it knocked them back down significantly, but they're fighting back, they're working back. And so we have this opportunity to come up with a stabilization plan, and we could be the envy and the talk of many cities, because this problem is a huge problem for the nation. And our sister city here in Ventura County, Oxnard, their payments are currently $20+ million a year, and they're going to be ballooning to $40+ million a year. So I just want to encourage us to get serious. We have surplus funds. Let's get it into the trust. I have a plan that I would like to discuss at some point in time. It's very simple. With surplus funds, we take a percentage of it, we move it into the trust. When we get one-time money, we take a percentage of it. I would opt for 33% of it. When we
Mayor Gama, are you asking for an agenda item?
No, I'm making a comment and I'm almost done. And so I believe that we should also budget money every year to put into this trust. Now, regards to this award is a great award because it's the prior council to us being here made great improvements. And the improvements that they made were that they didn't repeat the past mistakes of the prior council that in many respects generated a lot of those claims. So I'm very proud to know that this council and the prior council were smart enough not to repeat the mistakes of the past. And we are, regards to Beacon, we've authorized the executive director to draft a letter to Julia Brownlee's office because we really want to make sure everyone understands the problem here at Hueneme Beach. And the problem is that we are losing our beach every year, that we do not get that 1.2 million cubic yards of sand moved to our beach annually, but we know it's done every 2 years. So that's 2.4 million. So yes, it does help when we get 30,000 cubic yards of sand, but the bigger picture is trying to get the federal government to live up to their responsibilities and get us the amount that we know we need to mimic Mother Nature. And that does it for my comments. Now we're going to move on to future agenda items. I would like to get to my notes here. In order to have an item approved for a future agenda, you have to have a motion and a second, and it has to be approved by a majority of the council. Are there any requests for future agenda items?
I have one.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I recently learned that the city of Ventura put some time limits on their city council meetings because their city council meetings were running long, they're running late, and I think Oxnard has the same practice. And I just believe that our meetings could be run, and that has nothing to do with you, Mayor Gama. I just think there's some things that we can do as a council to streamline the meeting and have the meeting run much more efficiently so we can reduce the time where possible. And so I'm asking if the staff can look into what options we might have for
so this is future agenda item. This is future agenda item.
Yes, it is. I was just
so are you making a motion for a future agenda item?
I am. I was just about to say it. Yeah, so I'm asking staff if they could please or we could put on the agenda at some point in the future, the feasibility of establishing time limits for our city council meetings. And I'll need a second on that.
And these are options, right? You know, what are our options?
Yes.
I'll second.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins?
I'm going to say yes, but I think it's wishful thinking because everybody has a hot item that I've seen over the past meetings.
No discussion, sir. We're just taking a vote.
Okay.
I will vote no. Are there any other requests for future agenda items? I would like, well, no, I won't. I'll wait to see what happens down the road. Are there any other comments? Anyone like to make another comment? Last chance for a comment? Okay, we're gonna adjourn this meeting. The time is 10:09. It's a reasonable time to end a meeting. Thank you all for participating. Appreciate it. Kevin, City Attorney, good night.
Thank you. Good night.
City Manager, don't see you, but I'm gonna say good night anyways.
Good night, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great evening. Good night. Martinez, Bobby.
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Good night.